on our website, but I thought they were important to highlight here because these mandates and values is what guides all decision making at the AMS. And a couple brief notes as well. Our consolidated budget is approved by the Board of Directors. This happened in August 2024. This report contains all our financial activity from our first 9 months of operation, being May 2024 up till January 25. Enrollment for student activity fee revenue is driven by enrollment. So at the time of budgeting, we used the number 20,400. Our actual enrollment turned out to be 20,892, a bit of a difference. At the time of budgeting as well, we were under the assumption that we would be in the JDAC by November 2024. We're essentially a year behind on that relocation. And something you'll see with some of the government programming is that the actual spendings will differ from the budget. This is really just a matter of timing between the actuals and the budget. So it's a very regular occurrence year over year, and we'll see that as we get a bit further into the presentation. I didn't realize I put the effect on this one. This is just a bit of what's in our operating budget. The most important thing to note here is that financially the services are standalone. So all of our services operate on either an individual student activity fee or they're referred to as user pay or self-sustaining, which means they generate their own revenue through selling products. The AMS membership fee and how that's spent does not impact these services at all. So we start with our AMS membership fee revenue, and the first allocation goes to the commissions. These budgets are passed through Assembly, typically in September. The remainder of that student activity fee revenue from the membership fee is then given to the general office, so whatever's left. The general office is also funded by an internal admin fee that's provided by the services. This admin fee is essentially the cost of services using any resources within the general office. And then finally, the general office will provide an allocation to 4 of the offices that we'll see in the next couple slides. And here's a bit of our offices, managed by none other than AMS President Owen Rocky. The offices provide support to both the corporate and the government activities of the AMS. A couple key things to note here is that the Human Resources and Information Technology Office are managed by permanent staff, but overseen by the President. It's just unfair to ask students to not only come in for a year and learn, but execute their responsibilities in these roles, which is why they're managed by permanent staff, but regardless, they're overseen by the Presidents as we're by students for students, and students will always be at the heart of all decisions made at the AMS. The SIA, Internal Affairs Office, their funding is solely from the AMS membership fee. It's not from the general office. And then the Student Life Center does not receive any of the membership fee as well. They are funded through the 3 parties of our SLC agreement. And there's nothing unusual to report in any of the expenses of the offices. They're very close to budget, and again, they provide support for all the activities of the organization. And here is our general office in Bussett. The general office is housing a lot of the significant items that make up the infrastructure of the AMS, which we'll see in the next slide. And Bussett is really straightforward. We receive a student activity fee, and that revenue is also the expense that's paid out to the City of Kingston based on the negotiated contract. So a bit more of the general office here. I know it's a bit to look at. But bear with me. So we went over the allocation to the 4 offices, and on top of that, the AMS is incorporated, so there are many provincial laws, regulatory bodies that we have to adhere to, so you'll see items in there like audit fees, legal and professional, insurance, etc. So that's a big part of the cost. As well with that is personnel. Personnel is made up of the executive and our permanent staff. Students can't walk into this organization and do what they're meant to do without the permanent staff maintaining our infrastructure, systems, our processes. They really keep the lights on so that students can come in year over year, and they and their senior management teams, the executive and their senior management teams, can set the direction and the goals for the year. So the permanent staff, they really do keep the lights on. They're housed in the general office because these personnel costs are supposed to support the entire AMS. So it's not just for one department. So yes, it's a very, very big cost. It's about 70% of this pie graph, but it's also a very vital cost to the organization for us to be able to function the way we do and offer so many student positions. And our services managed by me. We have our 10 services listed here, 8 of which were operational this year, 2 of which unfortunately lied, but we anxiously await to welcome them back, being Queen's Pub and the Brew. And just a quick snapshot of some of our personnel structure within the services. This year we offered about 500 student positions, which was about a 4% increase from last year. We're expecting about an 8% increase next year once we are in the JDEC. And even further to that, with the return of Queen's Pub, with the return of the Brew, we're expecting about 140 additional student positions. So that's really exciting because that means more AMS members can get involved with the organization in the way they see best fit. And here are our expenses for our first 9 months of operating. Pretty in line for most of them. Again, as I mentioned, at the time of budgeting, we were expecting to be in the JDEC by November 2024. So that really did drive some of our revenue expectations. And when those revenue results are not achieved, we just don't need to incur the expected cost to be functioning or operational. And of course, Queen's Pub did not open. And you can kind of see on the next graph what that looks like in the big picture. So we budgeted for almost a $97,000 deficit. We're kind of there. What's important to note is that these numbers are up till January. And so now that we know for sure we're not getting into that space, some of that deficit in the pub and the brew will be reversed and it'll be put towards the point of sale project. So it looks quite bad right now. But hopefully when you guys see the annual report in about 6 months' time, you'll see the correction and it should look hopefully much better, and will be a nice social gathering place to go talk about it at as well. Now it's our governance portfolio, managed by none other than DQA Ruth Sunday. Just a couple of quick notes here is that the governance portfolio, on top of having the commissions, also has the USA budget as well as the VQA, which are, the VQA is quite small, as you'll see. And here are some of the expenses, and you can see some variation, and that's exactly what I was talking about in terms of the timing between actual spendings and budget. So we'll see this kind of balance itself out as the year goes on. And the next slide shows the allocation of the AMS membership fee. So all the commissions are intended to budget to a net $0 surplus deficit. So this is their portion of the AMS membership fee that's to be used and complete during the entire year. And some of their revenue may differ from the allocation based on some of the grants they receive, if they have an associated student activity fee, and some of them do make some revenue from their programming as well. And what does that look like altogether? So this is how it kind of shapes up. So you can see the offices are excluding Busset because that one we just received a student activity fee and it's paid out. So it doesn't necessarily impact the operating budget, but you can see that the services have the biggest piece of the pie at just about 45%.
Let's just put it up.
And putting it into a bigger picture, this is what we look like right now. Our actual is in a deficit at January year end. It's about a 40% variance from our intended budget being in January 2025. You could say we're doing halfway better than we thought potentially. Without the pub and the brew, we are sitting at about a $130,000 surplus. And so these trends are something that we really need to begin to understand. The AMS has not seen a membership fee increase since 2015, so it's been about 10 years. So as we continue to understand the trends, I think we'll know if there's a potential that we see a fee increase or not. And although these are not part of our operating budget, we do have a number of funds at the AMS as well, both internally and externally restricted. All of them are at a healthy level. There's really nothing to report on them. But if you are curious, all of the funds have an established or associated policy on how it can be used. These are available on our AMS website as well in our board policy. So feel free to check that out or ask me anything you'd like. And lastly, this is a number of how much we're expecting to pay directly to our AMS members in grants and bursaries. So we're about 75-80% there by January year end, so we're on track to hit our goal. And it's always great to give back to our members, especially if they're in need of it. And that's really all I got for you guys. Before I open up the floor to questions, the service side managers are not here. They're probably on the live stream, but I want to extend a heartfelt thank you to them. The head managers, the editors and chiefs and their team of assistant managers, supervisors, staff, and volunteers. It was certainly a hard year at the AMS. We were told 4 times that we were going to move, and we didn't. So we're probably really good packers at this point, but it was definitely very challenging, especially with Tricolor operating out of a garage again with the media center in 2 different spaces. It was really challenging, and I think their resiliency, their energy, their passion, it never failed to show up, and it always existed throughout. So it's been a great year with them, and even more broadly to our team of senior managers. All of them are required to build a budget and execute that with their teams. They build a budget, they live with it. We have a really good process at the AMS as well, and I think every single one of them did such an excellent job this year. I really couldn't be more proud to deliver this report with all the hard work that they have provided to the organization. So thank you to all of you, whether you're in this room or on the live stream. And I'll leave it to that if anyone has any questions.
Any questions for Ryan? No? Okay, so back to me. Actually, to Josh.
Keep it up, Court. It's hard to follow, I'm sure. For those that don't know me, I'm Josh Berg, this year's Finance and Risk Chair, and I'm here to report what our committee has done this so far, and any major changes and accomplishments that we've done within the committee. So first off, what is the Finance and Risk Committee and what do we do? We have 2 main components that the Finance and Risk Committee works on. We oversee the financial health of the organization, looking if there's any discrepancies between the budgets and the performance during the year, and overall the bigger picture of how we're doing year to date. We're also looking at any risks that are affecting the organization, seeing if there's any ways that we can manage the risks, either affecting the organization through reputational or financial risks. And we have a register that I'll go into in just a second. So looking at the finance side of it, a lot of our work relies on monthly reviews of the actuals. So these are reviews on overseeing all the offices, the services, as well as the government sides, and this how well their reports are coming up to the budgeted, flagging any discrepancies to the budget, as well as bringing in managers, commissioners when needed to go over any extra clarity to make sure that the organization's financial side is continuing to be transparent and continue to follow with the budget. Moving over to the risk side of the area, our organization captures the risks affecting the organization through a risk register. The risk register, this is the 2nd year that it's been put in action, and basically it breaks down all the different risks that affect the organization in different areas. So this is risk that could be affecting the IT side of things, all the way to our interactions with the university. So the way that the risk register has been operating this year is one of the first years that's really been put into effect. So we've done a lot of work with the committee in order to make sure that the risks that we have captured are accurate to the situation. So we've had plenty of investigations with staff and students to see how the risk reflects. And I know how captivating the risk register is, so I'll briefly go. This is kind of a breakdown of the different risks that are in effect. Within those categories, there's a few others as well. This year we made a system so that there's transparencies on which risks are being investigated. We created a new policy on how often the risks are to be investigated, and really increased transparency and accountability so that during transition between committee chairs, the risks can continue to be updated. I'll leave it now for any questions. No, thank you, Esri.
Okay, now my turn. So I'm going to be chatting a little bit about the governance committee, some of the work that we've been doing, our mandates, and so forth. All right, so the governance committee works to essentially ensure the effective functioning of the board and AMS corporate governance while advancing our professional development as a board and throughout the organization. So this is just a list of the key sort of duties and responsibilities that we have as a committee. The first is to oversee an effective transition, orientation, and training process for new directors, organizing ongoing professional development opportunities, performing board self-evaluations. So in this case, now that we're nearing the end of the term, those will go out later this month. Regularly reviewing the corporate bylaws, board policy, AMS constitution, letters of incorporation, the history of the AMS board, and any other governance documents that the board deems appropriate for review. So there's a few policies, corporate policies thrown in there as well that are under governance committee purview to take a look at and ensure that they're up to date and up to standard. We also regularly review the distribution of governance responsibilities across the corporation and the AMS more generally, including committee mandates and composition, the need for new policy, documents or disposal of outdated policy, and assembly board jurisdiction. So this year, there was a very thorough review of strategy done. As aforementioned, we were working really hard to build a strategic plan as that sort of North Star guiding document for the corporation. In that review of strategy, one of the key things that was flagged was that our governance structures are one of the key areas that need a little bit of TLC within the AMS, and this is very thoroughly reflected in the strategic plan. One of the ways that we plan to implement better governance from that committee sort of angle, and one of the things that I will be transitioning my incoming to ensure happens is sort of a community director buddy system. For those of you who don't know, the board of directors has its student directors, its chair and vice chair, but it also has community directors, which are established professionals who sit on our board and help not only with guidance and quorum, but also as sort of a strategic sort of backbone of our organization. So it's really important to ensure that their engagement is reflected in our governance structures, particularly within the board internally. Next year, we will also see big updates to board policy. We want to ensure a very thorough review and reflection of our best practices. So this is kind of a 2-year long project because the board policy is so important, and we want to ensure that everything is adequately reflected. Last year, as you may know, was a very big policy year for the AMS. Our bylaws were updated. We had to shift some things to align with new ONCA agreements. So this year was a little bit lighter in terms of policy review, but very much a transition year to ensure that we're setting everything up for an effective future of governance. One more thing that we did this year was we ran a very great TV session with Mitch LePage from Predictive Index. It was a fun time. I think all board members can agree. It was a great session. We learned about our personality types and how they mesh in a board and collaborative setting, which was really exciting and engaging. Definitely definitely important to ensure effective governance, that we know how to work well and collaborate together as a team. Our great secretariat did a lot of work on the staff policy, the student activity fee policy, just clarifying certain elements of that, which is fantastic. We also saw the sustainability policy and worked a little bit in consulting from the corporate angle with that. And as aforementioned, I'll be putting out an end of year reflection later on, and I'll love to open the floor to any questions about governance, if anyone has any. Seeing none, I'll pass it over to Alex McArthur, our wonderful chair of the Personnel Committee.
It is Alex.
Hi guys, my name is Alex. I'm the personnel chair this year, and I'm just here to talk about some of the accomplishments that the team has done this year. So firstly, the Personnel Committee mandate is to oversee and review and establish the policy and remuneration pertaining to all students and permanent staff and volunteers to the AMS. So coming into this role a little bit later than normal this year, the team sat down to create 3 really important things that needed to happen before this meeting now, and then continue on in the summer to finish up some rest of our goals. So what we've been able to accomplish this year is reviewing the harassment, discrimination, and violence policies to ensure that they're readable for all students and employees, to make sure that it's comprehensive enough that we understand where we are as a corporation here at the university. We reviewed our health and safety policy, and we reviewed our volunteer policy and procedures manual. So first off, really just to review, the harassment, discrimination, and violence policy was established in 2016, and we took a little bit of a huge overhaul this year from the work that was done last year with last year's personnel committee, and it was finalized a few months ago. Really the big changes were just to ease the readability and clarity of how the procedures work and how to bring forward a case of harassment and discrimination and violence. And it also clarifies our jurisdiction where we can act and where the university will act as well. After that, we took a look at the health and safety policy. This was just, again, to ease readability, ensure that students understand how it's written and understand where we lie as well. It filled in gaps and oversights when it was created, and it ensured that responsibilities of all employees and employers were laid out for, again, clarity. And then lastly, we reviewed our volunteer policies and procedures manual. Again, just reduced terminology to ensure that we're aligning with all of our different documents and ensuring that, again, it's readable for all students. And then I'm going to pass it off to Gurisha for some information.
All right, this is the exciting part where Assembly gets to be a little bit involved in our proceedings as a board. This is a really big hiring year for our board of directors. We have 4 vacancies on our board, so 2 one-year positions and 2 two-year positions. So actually, for the first time in quite some time, we will be electing our one-year board directors, which is very, very exciting. And I will ask Sylvie, who will be speaking
We'll go alphabetically, second graded.
Whatever. They didn't catch it in time.
Okay, so every candidate is going to get 1 minute to introduce themselves, and then I think each candidate may be asked a maximum of 3 questions, and they're the same 3 questions that will be asked. I'll moderate that piece of the conversation. And then once all 3 candidates introduce themselves, there will be a ballot that goes out to your emails, so you can elect the one-year directors for board. We also do have 1 member joining us online, so I will move them on the screen when they're introducing themselves.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Why was the decision made to change from internal hiring to an election?
That's what the bylaws say. The way the bylaws are set up is that The nominating committee, which is like the outgoing team, is supposed to look through applications and assess for qualified, engaged, and there's another criteria members, and then put them forward to the AGM for election. So with one year directors, my assumption is like the panel thought that all three were qualified, and the final decision should be with the assembly.
Thank you.
Of course.
You guys want to pass this one?
Any other questions before we get started?
Question? So if someone behind you is asking questions, so I can pass it.
Listen, Tommy. Hi everyone, my name is Drayden. I am a third year economics and environmental studies student in the Faculty of Arts and Science. I'm the current Commissioner of External Affairs and as well as the co-president of QBAC, Queens Back in Action for Climate Crisis. I'm here to hopefully earn your vote in becoming the board of directors for a one-year term. Some of my experiences on a board is I serve as a lands advisory board member back at home at my reservation, so that I hope to bring my experience with having a very community-based approach with engaging with things like a strategic plan, which Grisha mentioned earlier. Tying to the strategic plan, my experience on the USA's board member as the Commissioner of External Affairs, I was leading the development of a long-term strategic plan, financial growth plan, and subsequently the key performance indicator system, which brought over objective measures to be able to assess the organization, and so that's something also that I hope to bring to discussions for the AMS. As well, of course, as an economics student, I do find severe interest into the finances and the investment decisions of the AMS, but more so in face of some of the political turbulence that's happening outside of Canada and facing it, but also just the general things like we've seen with assessing the finances and trying to reduce our deficits.
Okay, thank you. So I think Ruth and Samantha, so I'll be with after. But if you want to come up and introduce yourself for a minute. I'm going to do all those kind of.
Hi everyone, my name is Teresa Sidney. I'm a fourth year psychology and health studies student at Queens. My current experience is I'm the vice president of university affairs. Before that, I was the commissioner of I was commissioner of social issues. I've also worked on USA's board as an external advisor, as well as working with the Queens Law Clubs Conference Association as well. Some of my interests align with board because I have a lot of interest in the AMS's strategic plan as well as its communication and branding awareness. I'd also like to be able to apply the knowledge that I have of the AMS policies from an operational standpoint into a strategic one. Additionally, I would like to work closely with the different board committees to ensure compliance with ONCA regulations and other legislation in Canada and Ontario that govern our organization. As Jaden had previously mentioned, I also have an interest in allowing the AMS to adopt some key performance indicators. And lastly, I do think that the AMS's mandate of 4 students, 5 students means a lot, and as we evolve as a student population, we need to evolve our policies and our mandates to match that as well.
Okay, so with that being said, I'm going to put Samantha, are you with us?
We should turn our video on.
Samantha, can you hear us? Or do we need to teach you to hear us? Uh-huh. Oh, there we go. Oh, wait a second.
Billy, we can't hear you. That's okay.
Try again.
We cannot hear
No, that's right. The crest on is right.
Can you type it out?
Jesus.
You have to search the chat.
I know, she's feel like she's so.
Okay. I know, but
like not that
wait,
bad.
can you talk to me? Can she hear us?
Can you hear me?
Oh, hello.
I can hear you. And I think I can hear Sophie.
Okay.
I can write this.
I think I got the audio. Everyone can hear you, but
Turn on the camera and turn it around.
Yeah, that's what my stuff is.
that's just huge. No, this is okay.
Is that good?
Okay, you're all good, Samantha, you can hear us, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Whenever you're good to start, you are gonna have 1 minute.
Everything okay? Just
Nice. I'm not a big fan of screen first. Okay. I'll video my studio. So, hi everyone. I'm Seth Rogers and I'm a second year outside student and originally from New Zealand, so don't mind my accent. I'm also a little bit sick right now, but I'm really excited to be running for the student director position on the board of directors. I believe my experience and enthusiasm makes me a strong candidate for this role. Over the summer, I worked as a lead after-school care coordinator, and I also got to support the business and financial side of operations as well. And this time I managed to discover my passion for the more corporate strategic side of like planning and everything. I know it's a little bit late in life, but I've only been in science my whole life, so here we are. Now as the president of the Queen Student Alumni Association, I've had the chance to organize a number of great events that have constantly connected the Queen student community, which I would also love to do a part of the board of directors. And in this role, I've been further able to develop my interest in financial planning and budgeting and understanding business logistics, which seem really fun. These leadership roles have helped me build strong communication, teamwork, organization, transparency, and advocacy skills, which I believe are key qualities essential to thrive in this role and meaningfully contribute to the board's work as well as the student population. So that's about it from me, and thanks guys, I hope you can hear me.
Guys, 1 minute. Okay. With that being said, I'm gonna open it up for 3 questions. I'm gonna ask assembly members 3 questions, and then remember your question. Like, click on me, so that we'll go in order. So first question from Amin.
give him the mic.
1.
You need to
Yeah,
Give him the mic.
Yep. Yes, Nikki.
No, give him the mic.
Stream. We have a lot of viewers.
As everyone watching online, hello. I guess the question for our candidates is this. If you could use one word to describe your vision for the board, which one would it be and why?
Okay. Thank you. Karina and Ruth, do you want to be up here so you can answer the questions? And we'll go in alphabetical order again.
Yeah, I think one word I would want to use for the board is proactive. I think the AMS over my time has, I've noticed patterns of sometimes catching itself in a reactive situation, whether that's responding to communication errors or operational discrepancies and stuff like that, I think that the board should be exercising a more proactive measure when it comes to that communication and to address future opportunities and threats as an organization when evaluating what our finances and our social impact is looking like.
I think one word to describe the AMS board would be ever evolving. I've had the opportunity to interact with our board for the last 2 years. One as a commissioner submitting proposals to it, and the other as the vice president of University Affairs. I think that the AMS board constantly is changing. Like Garisha mentioned, our bylaws changed last year to meet where we were at as an organization. Our policies updated regularly as well. I think that ever evolving captures the essence of what the Queen's experience is, what the Queen's students are, and what the organization needs to be to continue to serve our students efficiently.
Okay, Samantha, did you want to answer the question? Do you know the question?
Okay, I think the word I would use to describe the board would be community within working within the board itself. We're always thinking of the broader Queen's environment. We always want to do this, like the background of the board is to support the Queen's students and to provide them with as many opportunities as we can to enable them to thrive at Queen's. And I feel like that's what the board effectively does, like a big picture thing. So I feel like community and especially working with a team is really valuable, and that's what I would describe as.
Okay, awesome. So we'll move on to question number 2. Any other member of assembly have any questions? Nikki?
My question is, regarding, the board really only works as hard as the members, and it's one thing to put yourself forward to be a member, and it's another to take on some additional responsibilities. I'm wondering, do you have intentions to chair any of the committees? If so, which one, and what do you hope to accomplish?
Okay, so I have a dilemma on which one I would most want to chair because there's a couple that I find very interesting. I think based on my experience within the AMS and getting to work through 3 different commissions and managing very different style of positions, payment ranges, and the structure of the commissions being different and versatile within each separate commission, I would want to chair the personnel committee for that reason. I think when looking at our personnel decisions, it might be better to try to bring a more large scale and someone who's worked on the ground operationally within certain commissions to be able to kind of think of things at a grander scale. The other one that I tackle myself with is, of course, the Finance and Risk Committee. I do currently sit on that one for USA right now, where I got to develop the financial growth plan and the KPI system for the long-term strategic plan. So that, in combination with, again, the current financial situation of both Canada and the AMS in particular, is just piques my interest as an economics student.
For me, I think I'm stuck on 2 as well, unfortunately. The first one is the Strategic Planning Committee. Like I said, I've worked with the AMS for the last 2 years, and after 2 years of experience, I feel like I have so much to bring to that committee because I understand what it's like to look from outside of the AMS and to look from within it. I understand what it's like to work closely with our policies. I understand what it's like to work closely with our operation as well. But I also recognize that my experiences within the AMS require me to be willing to come forward with collaboration at heart because we are going to have diverse experiences across the board. And so with the Strategic Planning Committee, I'm really excited because then I get to work with people who have other interests that are different from mine, people who've never been in an AMS role, people who are community directors, like people who were AMS president 10 years ago and have come back from their professional jobs to work within the AMS to help its strategic mandate. When you look at the board, it has the responsibility as fiduciary, it has the strategic responsibility, as well as the HR responsibility as well. And within that committee, I feel like I get to touch on all 3 things that board is responsible for according to our board policy. I think the second committee though is governance because at heart, I am a governance girl, as you can see with the positions I've held within the AMS. That one, like Garisha said, I think what it gets to do is very interesting because it gets to be that place where the AMS board and the AMS assembly intersect, which doesn't happen often, but if it were to happen, it happens within that committee. And that's something I'd be really excited to take a crack at next year as well, at least from this perspective of the director.
Samantha, do you want to answer questions?
Yeah. On the screen. The live stream is lagging a minute. Okay, but the committee has a journey with can be strategic as I love to chat people and I feel like I've spoken to a lot of people this year and so I know the issues that really are affecting the Queen student the most. And I feel like I have like good advocacy skills as well that I could like share this with the board and like enforce recommendations that truly help the student and are at the core of what the students want and to enable them to thrive at Queen's. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna open it up for one last question. Gina?
Hi. Okay, can you share what your vision for the AMS is during your term and what you hope to do as a board to make that happen?
Yeah, I think for me, one of the things is kind of unorthodox for necessarily a board to directly think about, but with my time on the Lands Advisory Board, which is a zoning board which relies heavily on community involvement and input, I would want to take a community-based approach for some of our more substantial decisions, things like the strategic plan, how we can engage more students at a broader level, not just within the AMS and like our staff. The other thing is more for like a tangible specific vision that I would want to see happen and get done is a KPI system, of course. I do believe strongly that students should be able to see accessible metrics on how their organization of a student government is performing, both financially but also in the social impact. So when we look through our commissions and what productivity it's bringing towards the benefits it brings to student life, then that is something I'm definitely passionate about.
Can you please repeat the question?
Can you please share your vision for the AMS and how you plan to implement that through your time as board?
Okay, so the first thing I'll say is student government, I've been on student government since I was in high school, since I was grade 9, and I always use the example of the fact that I wanted a black vice principal or a black principal or a black somebody in leadership for 4 years of high school and never got one. But my brother in his first year of high school, after 4 years of advocacy, had a black VP waiting to welcome him into his experience as a secondary school student. And why do I use that example? Because I recognize that student government is very cyclical in nature, number one, but also it is an accumulation of years of hard work. When you look at the data, that didn't start with Team KMV or any of the teams before. That was a project that took off 13 years ago. So the first thing I'd say is I recognize that within board, I will have visions that I will not get to see play out for years when it comes to the AMS. And then the second thing I want to also recognize is that my vision for the AMS is an AMS that works for its students, but not that it doesn't currently work for its students, an AMS that recognizes where its students need it to get better. And also an AMS that also is able to be adaptable. And lastly, I believe that the AMS that we want to see within our student population is an AMS that recognizes that its students don't know what it does. Like I, over the last year, have sat down with students and gone, do you know we work on your health and dental? That is not the university, that's us. Like, do you know that we are behind busing? Do you know that we are behind Kroger? Like, Walk Home is not a Queen's service, it is an AMS service. And I think that that goes back down to a lot of my ideas within the strategic committee. I would really love to focus on our branding and communication as well as our strategic vision and how we can ensure that our students remain informed of what we do, because our value is immense. If the AMS caught up and disappeared from campus, students would feel that gap, because we, as I had mentioned in this presentation, had given out or planned to give out $250,000 in grants. Not only that, we have grants that are administered on behalf of us by the university, so the taxi bursary, like the health and dental one. These are all big things that we do, and we need to ensure that our students know about that. So that would be my vision and my goal.
Samantha, do you want to answer the question? It's the last one.
I would definitely say like student awareness and advocacy of the board, just get more students involved in like what the board does specifically, and also get them more like empowered to share their perspectives of like their student experience to make sure that the board is incorporating everyone's and is like representing all the students. And just ensuring that we always put them in the center of our decisions by like motivating them to like talk to the board and like understand what we do for them as well. Yeah.
Okay, with that being said, I think those are all 3 questions that we had. I'm going to start the ballot. You will have 5 minutes. Does that sound like reasonable? More? 5? I mean, I got it thumbs up. 5 minutes is fine, right? Okay. Yeah, I'm going to send it out right now. Actually, it's going to close at like 7:10, so technically you're going to have 8. Yeah. Okay. Be out. Everyone's getting 1 vote except for Melissa.
That is what I was talking about before.
Yeah.
Should we replace it?
It sounds like it's coming through the room audio and not through like.
Yeah, I feel like this is something else.
Yeah, because I'm listening to it right now. It sounds like you can hear the echo of the room.
Check, check, check. Check.
You want to listen?
Oh wait, I'll be voting stuff again.
Our new level together.
get the mic? Okay. Okay. If you've already voted, since we're like in a. Okay. If you've already voted, food is ready at the back and perspective for this role. Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna open it up for 3 questions maximum. Does anyone want to?
We have a question.
Be asked to both of them, right? Okay. Yeah, no, I just want to say, as someone who was EDC eligible here, I'll go first off, guys. It makes us very happy to see our house council. But I guess I'll ask you guys the same question I asked. To describe your vision for the position. I didn't know that would rhyme, but what would it be and why?
One word, advocacy for equity, and to just be a listening ear to my peers and to come back and have that information and make the decisions according to that. And
I would say collaborative. Needs to be reflected in these decisions. So yeah, deeply collaborative.
Anyone else have any questions for our candidates?
as the conference director, it was my job to lead a team. Yes, I have the co-pres to talk to, but most of the initiative, most of the thinking was coming from me and like going to the team and talking about it and collaborating. But it was my job to take that initiative.
So mine is more focused on the small town I come from. It's called Kemptville, which is outside of Ottawa. I actually had the opportunity to manage our community's farmers market for a while. So I had gone from being a volunteer who just helped put up booths to being in charge of finances for the
into meetings with our mayor and our city council. I did so basically on my own.
and I knew that I was there to advocate for my community, and I knew how important the farmers market was. So I just went in with that knowledge, and yeah.
We have a final question for our candidates.
Okay, well that being said, since there are no questions and
The motion. Okay. So be it resolved.
Incorporated ratifies Sienna Marshall, I'm a student director for 2 years from May 2025 to April 30th, 2027.
All those in favor?
Okay, motion passes. Congrats. It's an election, yeah. Thank you for the double vote. Okay, so next one is be it resolved the members of the AMS Incorporated ratify Yisrael Khalifa. Perfect. As student director for 2 years from May 1st, 2025 to April 30th, 2027. All those in favor? Okay, Okay, if you don't vote as a reminder, abstained. What? Okay, 26 people. 5 more votes. It's gonna close at 7:45. There's 5 of you that still need to vote. Hmm? I can't hear you. 31.
Yeah, no.
29 people voted. 2 more, whoever you are. You have 2 minutes. I can try. Are you doubting? Yeah, I can see. Yeah, you voted. Did I vote? What's your net ID? You don't know my net ID? Why would I know that? Yeah, I don't know it. I'm not checking. Okay, guess it. I'm gonna say like probably should be like 20 J. Yeah. Okay, there's still 2 who that haven't voted. Okay, 1 more minute in suspense. Ooh, 30 people. 1 more. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. I think it's Ricky. Are you serious? Okay, we do have the result. It's another tie. So I have 13 to 13 for both candidates, and 5 people abstained.
Third time's the charm.
Abstentions don't count towards or against anyone. I also can't tell who voted how. So, like, if you abstained, I have no idea unless you didn't submit your ballot. So, like, as far as I can tell, people that abstain show up like as if they submitted the ballot. So, as far as I know, they've voted even though they chose abstain as their option. So we have another tie. Yes, Rector? Drayden has already been elected. We could it's up to the chair to determine the voting method. So it's your call.
Is there any way that we can do between the two but remove the option to abstain?
They're just not gonna vote. They're just not gonna vote. They don't submit the ballot. Where's Lyndon? There's one person. But they're considered to have abstained, technically. I don't know. Where's look.
we can just work with one person for it because they got 13. They got the most votes. Okay. I feel like it should have been ranked, and then you just pick the first two. Like the two of them and yeah, none of the no, none of the or yeah, it's first. Well, it should have been that like that with all. It should have been like that with all. Yeah, or we just. I feel like that's what yeah. I don't want to be in it.
Okay, can I have everyone's attention? Ballot has been sent again. If you I think you guys should do a lot of reflection. I think It closes at 8 p.m., so you have 6 minutes to cast your vote. Please, I better see all of you on your phones right now. Gersha, yourself included. Wait, what? Oh my god, so sorry. Okay, round 3. On your phones, you have until 8:05 to vote. Owen and Gersha and Alex, please vote. The ballot is open. Vote again. Don't ask me questions. Guys, it's 8 p.m. This isn't supposed to be that hard. Yeah. Thank you. I actually can tell who's like voting here. I can tell who's like.
I voted, guys. I voted. This is good governance. Yeah, I didn't abstain this time.
I'm gonna be like, oh, so again.
We are the best customers. Do they get a commission for how many dollars
Okay, as a reminder, I hope you're voting because this is going to close in about 7 minutes. Unless you all vote early, then I will close it.
I love a good time. We spent 2 hours on the AGM on Was your election was also
Guys, there's 2 more people that haven't voted.
You know what, Sylvie?
What? Okay, so long awaited. Does everyone want to have a seat? Okay, so we actually do have a result after 3 rounds of voting on this. So Ruth Osonde has 15 votes. Samantha Rogers has 16 votes. So the one-year director is Samantha Rogers.
All right, I'm now going to motion to adjourn. Do I have a seconder? I saw this grin on his face. Thank you so much for your time, everyone. Moving on to our regular programmed.
And off? Where is he? Yeah. Okay,
Where's my...
Where's
my laptop?
Hello? Hello? Okay. All right, we're going to be calling assembly to order. You guys could all grab... Apologies. If you guys could all just grab a seat. We are going to be calling assembly to order, guys. All right, to start, we're going to start off with the land acknowledgement. So we acknowledge that we are on the traditional lands of the Huron-Wendat, Mississauga of the New Credit, Anishinaabe, and Haudenosaunee people, known as Cataraqui or colonially as Kingston. The Alma Mater Society at Queen's University seeks to recognize the importance of these lands to the Indigenous peoples who have existed since time immemorial. The unjust acquisition of these lands occurred through the Crawford Purchase of 1783, a land treaty upheld by the First Peoples, but later undermined by the British Crown and the Canadian government. This history of numerous broken promises and treaties continues to impact Indigenous communities today. As settlers on this land, we acknowledge our continued benefit from systemic structures that marginalize Indigenous peoples. Recognizing systemic oppression, it is our duty to actively listen to and amplify Indigenous voices, addressing both past and ongoing injustices for meaningful, positive change. We are grateful to these lands for sustaining us and giving us the gift of life. This acknowledgement is a call to action, committing us to understand and respect the history and ongoing struggles of Indigenous peoples. We recognize that words alone are not enough. Our actions must reflect our commitment to justice and reconciliation. As a branch of the society that strives to connect student leaders and facilitate positive change and student advocacy on Turtle Island, we strive to maintain the core values and teachings from Indigenous peoples. As the Secretariat Office facilitates assembly, elections, and judicial affairs, we strive to ensure the voices of Indigenous and marginalized peoples are amplified, as well as provided resources on how we can facilitate and help in advocacy. As settlers on this stolen land, we must continue to educate ourselves and strive to decolonize every layer of our governance system and curricula and to indigenize our learning. Sorry, is there an echo with this? There is, right? Oh, okay, beautiful. All right, so speaker's business. A couple different things. Annual general meeting, everyone can vote at this as long as you are an AMS member, which we verified at the very beginning, so you guys are all good to vote on every single motion. Just a couple reminders. I say this every time, but when you are asking questions, guys, only one question, no multi-part questions. This keeps things efficient and we can get things moving. All right, let's start off with the first motion, motion 1, approval of the agenda, moved by Secretary Garbidian and seconded by President Rocky. Are there any amendments looking to be made at this point? No, sorry, you can't make amendments. Sorry, it's just part, you can't, I think you can't do it for General Assembly. But yeah, anyways, all in favor of motion 1, approval of the agenda, please raise your placard. This motion clearly passes. All right, we are going to be moving on to our executive reports. Our first report is from the AMS President, President Rocky. You have the floor.
Hey everyone, good to see everybody so soon again. I'll keep it short because we're already a bit over schedule, but as this year comes to a close, I'm very grateful for everything we accomplished throughout the year. So yeah, thanks everybody for being here with our team while we rode through the ups and downs of what was an extremely interesting year for this campus.
Thank you for those amazing words, VP Asande. All right, we are going to hear some statements by students. So all students who are members of the AMS have the opportunity to speak for 5 minutes and say whatever they wish to speak about. Is there anyone who wishes to speak right now? Oh, I apologize. Sorry about that, guys. Let's hear from our chairperson, Grisha, first.
As if you haven't heard from me enough in the past 2 hours, but I will use this opportunity to extend my very heartfelt gratitude to all of my incredible directors and everyone who sat on the board as an ex officio. That includes our amazing general manager, Lynn Perry, and our incoming general manager, Lyndon. Fantastic individuals. And to Sylvie, who helped so much on all of the back end work with policy. Incredibly grateful to her and to all of our incredible directors and executives. You guys are fantastic, and you're what keeps this organization going, so endlessly grateful.
Thank you, Grisha. All right, we're going to be hearing from our Senate Caucus Chair, Lucas Baylog, who is not here, unfortunately, so we're moving on to the next person, the undergraduate trustee, Reem Al-Rawi, who is also not here. Okay. All right, we are going to be moving on to the university rector, Nikki Boychuk-Hale. You have the floor.
Hi, everyone. I won't repeat any updates in my report, but if you have any questions, I gave several updates about the committees that I've been working on as of late, so feel free to inquire about those tonight or via email. I will give you some preview at the summer plans for my office. I will be launching 2 review committees, one for the Tricolor Award process, where every faculty, society, AMS, and SPS has a place on the selection committee, so we will be following a similar structure for the review. I'll also be doing a review of the rector election policy to make sure that everything is looking good for whenever the next time we have a rector election. So if you have like a vested interest in like wanting to shape some of the changes, just reach out to me and we can see if we can get you a seat on that committee. There'll be lots of summer events. There's a week and a half of convocation. I'm really looking forward to graduating several of you in the room, so please make sure you come back to Kingston for that in June. As well as I will be looking to hire a new multimedia producer to fill the vacancy. I have one graduating student in my office, so if you're interested in photography and videography, please send me an email this summer. And of course, settling into the JDUC, I got access recently, so I'm really looking forward to moving in. And my last note is external to my office, but very important. We have a federal election on April 28th. There will be a week of advanced voting if you want to find out where you can vote. And if you are in Kingston on April 13th and 14th, you can go to Banry Hall. There will be a mobile polling station for you. That's all I have right now. Well done with all you've done this year, and I'll be here all summer, so if you need anything, please just reach out.
Thank you so much for all those updates, Rector Boychuk-Hale. Right, we are going to be moving on to the statements by students now. Again, as I said before, all AMS students are able to speak during this time period, but you are limited to 5 minutes. So are there any students looking to make statements at this moment? All right, seeing as there are none, we are going to be moving on to a report of the judicial system of the Alma Mater Society. We're going to be hearing from Bella from the Internal Affairs Office.
Hello. Hi, everyone. So my name is Bella. I'm the Disputes and Policy Manager for this year. So I'm just going to be doing a quick rundown of what our office has been up to. We also have a report that's going to be on our section of the AMS website, so you can check out a full rundown there, but this will be kind of a quick thing with our stats. All right, so just to show you what our structure of our office looks like. So we have our judicial committee. We have one chair. We have, for this year, 8 committee members. For our structure, we have up to 9, but for this year, we just have the 8, including Simi as our judicial chair. And then we have, for our office ourselves, we have judicial case manager. We have our policy manager, which is me. And then for this year, we had 4 of our our deputies. We also have Sylvia, our secretariat, who helps us out as well. So just to give you a quick rundown again of what we're doing within our office. So we have the case manager and then the disputes manager. We have our non-academic misconduct, which we deal with. That's for level 1. We also deal with things of policy infringement. So those type of cases are what we are going to be dealing with. And then with our deputies, what they're helping us out with this year is kind of our history, our archival work, really helping with that organization, giving them an introduction to what our office does and what the judicial system does here at the AMS. For our committee, what they're going to be dealing with is hearing our settlement cases, also making those decisions on non-settlement cases. They hear constitutional interpretations, things of all of that sort. So our values and our pillars. So for this year, we have our complaint driven, meaning that we're not going to just go out and start investigating people. We have to have a complaint come to us first. Not adversarial. What we're looking for is to get the 2 pillars that we think about most are education and restorative justice. Those are the 2 biggest things that have been a big advocacy point for me this year. We're all students, we all make mistakes, we want to learn from them, so we want that education to be a big piece of our work. And restorative justice, if there has been any harm done, we want to fix that. Don't want to put anyone in a worse position off than they were. So those are 2 of the big ones there. We have procedural fairness, want to make sure throughout the process everyone is respected, they understand their rights within our system. Peer administered, we're all students, it's undergraduate society, so that's how we're running it that way. And again, I've already spoken about restorative justice there. Okay, so just a rundown of what we've dealt with this year. I think it's honestly a really great year. We only had, for us, 7 cases total for the SPY aspect, so suspected policy infringement. I think that's really great. That means that people are able to follow policy there. I think to me that means it's more clear, people able to understand that, able to contact us and talk about these things before it gets to a point of any policy infringement. So to me, this means the students have been doing a really great work. So 7 cases total here. This gives us a bit of a breakdown for this year, and then you can see last year as well, they had a little bit more. So cases by area, our largest area was in terms of elections. We also had 1 policy for the clubs there. We have had 2 for other groups, so the member societies. So it's a big breakdown there. You guys did a great job, nothing about AMS assembly. So good job for you guys there. Then a breakdown here, what we do for our sanctions. Again, what we're looking for, restorative justice and education. Apologies letter there, recognition for what has happened. Educational sanctions in terms of things like presentations, for example. Those are some things that we put out there. Again, types of hearings that we dealt with, usually things are settled. So settlement hearings basically means that for oversight purposes, the JCOM is going to see what we've done, look at the process, make sure that the sanction that's been put out fits over to what has been done, making sure that they're seeing that there and that all things are covered. And then interpretation, so making sure that they're able to look through things and figure out what's going on and that it was dealt with correctly. Sylvie can do this one.
Thank you. I'll just deliver the report on behalf of the judicial case manager who had previously resigned. So last year we did not have any non-academic misconduct cases. This year there was there was 1 case with 3 respondents. It was resolved on a timely manner. Nothing interesting there to report on. A couple updates in terms of where NAM is at with the university. So Queen's remains the only university that has student involvement in the administration of the non-academic misconduct system that has a history of over 125 years. The casework in the office has been on a constant decline since the creation of the conduct office, especially with respect to NAM. We did work with the university this year, and the executive, I think, did an awesome job of updating the terms of the agency agreement that we have to expand the scope of JOW to include implementing educational sanctions that are assigned by the conduct office. So what that would look like if the conduct office were to find a violation, they could sanction a student. That could be conversation with a peer to better understand where they may have gone wrong and how they can learn. I think some of these conversations are better delivered student to student. We did have one of those this year, which went well. Unfortunately, with the departure of the case manager, the implementation of this has been a bit of an halt. So I think it'll be interesting to watch over next year and actually make sure this is implemented to assess its benefit and really be able to analyze the continued involvement of the Judicial Affairs Office in the non-academic misconduct system. On the other hand, I'm currently sitting on the hiring panel for the new case manager after the previous one's departure. So we're still in the interview process. I think we have the last round of the first round tomorrow. So working on that one. And then lastly, we have started having some conversations with the Student Conduct Office on broader gaps in the university's misconduct systems. And I think this was briefly highlighted in the journal's latest edition, where there were 2 articles about harassment and discrimination. in the past 2 years, I mean, last year I was a judicial manager, this year I've been overseeing it. Repeatedly, the concern, something that students have been facing is not knowing how to navigate the university systems when it comes to harassment and discrimination. There's also been a lot of club-related, especially last year, like the same type of case that comes forward over and over. It does touch on H&D. I did start having preliminary conversations about where that gap exists and how students need to be supported through the university system, because right now there exists like this small little area where most of the cases that or concerns that come forward in where the jurisdiction, how to navigate it is unclear. So that conversation has started. Some of the things that we were looking at is better support for club leaders on managing their teams and like being aware of proper procedures. I will be having a couple additional meetings to kind of set out the groundwork for it and transition the incoming team on like the next steps on how to address it and where the gaps actually exist.
All right, and so when we're not doing casework, these are a couple of other things that we've been working on throughout the year. So for a judicial policy review, so what we have here is a review committee to look over our judicial policy, make sure that everything there makes sense. Another big thing that we want to make sure that we're working on is making sure the language is accessible for everyone. There's a lot of terms in there that can be really confusing and a little bit intimidating for students. So we want to make sure there's a good breakdown there for people to understand the possible system that they might be interacting with. Appointment policy as well as another that we look at. So something in there would be the conflicts of interest. That's a big piece of our office, wanting to make sure that when you're working on a case that if you have a conflict of interest that it's delegated to someone else, or people, for example, on the JCOM, they're able to make sure that if they have a conflict of interest within that case, they're able to recuse themselves. So the appointment policy has a really great breakdown of that and the different categories that they have there as well. So it's also something that we've been looking at within the judicial policy itself. That's something we're constantly reviewing and refining. For example, in terms of constitutional interpretations, that's an area that we were able to refine earlier this year, making sure, again, that language is really accessible, the understanding for the purpose, the rationale, everything like that is really easy to understand and is broken down completely. We don't want to leave any gaps in that writing, which is something that we have found in a few of our policies. Another one there is Assembly Archive Project by our deputies. They've been working on this for the entire semester. They did an awesome job. So what they were able to do here is they've taken from 2010 all the way until last year, they were looking at the different assemblies that we've had. They looked through every single month, every single motion. They were able to compile a list. We have a full breakdown of this. They wrote summaries of the biggest things that happened within those years. So this is a really amazing project that they worked on for us. And when that gets put out, I really encourage you guys to look at it because they put a lot of hours into this. It gives you really good understanding of what's happened in years before compared to what we are doing now. So again, that breakdown there was done within our office. And then also, again, we do development of educational material within the student conduct office there as well. So over the summer when I started my term, I was speaking with the Student Conduct Office about educational sanctions that can be put out, ways that we can bring education into our system as part of our pillars. So that was a big thing we've implemented this year, starting to use education as a guide, not only for our people within our office, but also when we're having these conversations with respondents, and making them know that this is part of what we're looking at is wanting to learn from mistakes that have been made, able to navigate the system. Other things we've been looking at, I myself was helping the election team this year, helping them with a guide. People consider me as like a policy expert sometimes because in my free time all I do is just read and interpret policy, so they think that I understand that pretty well. So I was able to help them in that understanding, give the breakdown of what things mean. So that's another policy I've also been looking at. We were able to identify a couple of gaps within this policy. So we want to make sure that for people coming in next year wanting to interact with campaigns, that they really understand what they're able to do within that. Want to make sure that everyone feels supported, no one feels as though there were gaps that they end up falling into. So again, this is really about transparency, really about making sure that everyone feels supported as they come into our system, and they're really making sure that we're, again, really transparent within our wording as we speak to them and trying to get and boost that engagement. One other thing that we also are working on for implementation for next year are mock cases. We want to see if there are other people outside of our office, outside of our JCOM, that may want to interact with us and see how our office works. Typically, people don't really talk to us unless they are with us with a case, which can be really stressful. So this is more of a fun way to get people involved in understanding how our judicial system works. We found that it might be interesting for people considering pre-law, so that's something that we've been also working on for possibly starting for next year. It's also another thing we've been working on for a possibility for training for our staff members, for our JCOM, our deputies. That's something that we can use for them so they have an understanding of our sanctions and our breakdowns as well. So thank you guys. That's it.
Thank you so much, Bella. All right, we're going to be hearing a report on elections and referenda from our CRO, Rebecca. Or CEO, my bad.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Rebecca Feldman, and I was the Chief Electoral Officer at the AMS this year. I was initially in the Internal Affairs Office as a deputy, and then I took over the CEO role in December. So the election team is comprised of both myself and Andrew, the Chief Returning Officer. He unfortunately could not be here tonight. And then we also have 3 deputies that were a great help both during the election season as well as for additional projects for the Internal Affairs Office. So the election team underwent a number of changes this year. Mainly this had to do with outlining the roles between the CEO and the CRO. So for myself, my main roles consisted of the referenda, marketing, and logistics. And then for Andrew, his main roles consisted of the elections, additional logistics, and the ballots. So if we just go to the next one. Yeah. Okay. So just looking at some of the main numbers that are outlined in my report. So there were 110 boothing hours set in the winter period, 36 complaints in the winter election period, of which 25 were unique. So this just means that some of the complaints were submitted by multiple people. There were 11 boothing hours for executive candidates, 9 warnings issued in total for infractions. There were 5 types of questions on the ballot. This includes new, increase, continuation, binding, and non-binding questions. There were 4 hours of boothing per referenda group, 3 election and referenda periods. This includes fall, winter, and special. There were 2 interim measures that were placed during the election period, 1 JCOM appeals hearing, and then 1 apology as a sanction. So for the numbers, so this can be broken down in terms of the numbers of emails that were sent to both Andrew and myself, as well as the elections email. So for the winter election period, that was the total that each of our inboxes received. And then for the special referendum, those were the numbers there. Unfortunately, we don't have any information from the fall just because our systems don't hold that for this amount of time. But that just sort of gives insight into what most of our hours are put into during this period. Okay, and then Sylvie is going to be coming up and talking about the financial aspect.
Sorry, I don't know why the screenshot is like blurry. So I'm going to just talk about the financial aspect to it. The election team's finances are managed by myself. A big goal that Owen and I had going into the year was increasing the transparency of how much elections cost and actually figuring out how much it costs. Like when we walked in, we didn't really have a number to fully understand it. We could tell like the total, but we didn't have like a good idea of how it was broken down to. So what you're seeing up here is the 3 budgets that election is funded from. So it's funded by my budget, that's the SIA one. It's also funded by the marketing office budget and the board budget. Don't ask me why. But so it's funded by 3. There's also the totals of how much each round cost. I did have a shared expenses line, which is like, that one includes the assets of the election teams, things like magnets, keychains that can be reused year in and year out. That was something that we tried to implement this year because we didn't want to order things like, oh, fall 2024, and then people don't pick it up, and then we have to order a new one for winter 2025. We didn't want to be spending student funds that way. So there's quite a bit of shared expenses that will be, most of it has been used. A lot of it, some of it will also be able to be used next year. These numbers are accurate as of April 1st. Like the budget is still being updated, so those final numbers might be a little different when you see the budget next year. But the total cost of it, as far as I know this year, has been roughly $4,000, excluding the cost for simply voting. That was the amount that we budgeted under mine. Some of the discrepancies between the budget and the spending wasn't because we weren't spending. We did have a very coordinated marketing campaign, but the discrepancy was that CoGrow vouchers cost us significantly less than they did in the prior year. So in 23-24, they spent the entire board budget, so that would have been like $1,500 on vouchers. This year, I think like it was $125 the first term, and like similar to that in like the winter and the spring. The difference was we bought coffee instead of lattes, and then we printed the vouchers like through the marketing office budget. So that's the discrepancy for board. We did also partner with the tea room to increase engagement with the engineering students and outreach there. Those were a little more expensive than Kogra vouchers, but I think it was a good partnership. In terms of marketing, most of the spending there was on, I think it was the stickers and the boothing for the election team, so on voting days. My budget was spent on boothing for candidates and referenda groups and like other miscellaneous costs, like the keychains, the magnets, and whatnot. We did also have a cost for the media center because they streamed 2 elections that we had. Those are included in the fall and the winter. I guess just looking ahead next year, I think you can expect the total cost to be slightly higher. We did have a discount from the media center for the winter election debate, so that cost is understated for just like looking ahead for next year. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Sylvie. All right, are there any other students looking to make statements at this time? Again, 5 minutes. All right, seeing as there are no students looking to make statements, we're going to be moving on to the next item on the agenda, the question period. During this time, you have the opportunity to ask any question with 2 minutes. Answers take 5 minutes. Is there anyone looking to make a question at this time? All right, seeing as there are none, we will be moving on to the next item of agenda, new business. All right, motion 2. Firstly moved by Secretary Garbidian and then seconded by President Rocky, and it is that AMS Assembly approve the meeting minutes for the September 2024, February 10th, 2025, March 3rd, 2025 meeting minutes. Anyone looking to speak on this? Thank you, Sylvie. Is anyone else looking to speak on this topic? Seeing as there are none, we will now be voting on motion 2. All those in favor of motion 2, please raise your hand. All those opposed? All those who choose to abstain? This motion clearly passes. Right, we're going to be moving on to the next motion, motion 3, moved by CGO Capstick and seconded by External Affairs Commissioner George, and it is that AMS Assembly received the report of the Committee on External Alignment and approved the renewal of AMS's membership in the Ontario Undergraduate Student Alliance for the next 3 years. The next review is due by April 30th, 2027 to 2028. Is there anyone looking to speak on this motion?
I have a little presentation. So you can look at the report for like a very thorough understanding what the review looked like. Shout out to Eddie and Drayden for putting a lot of hard work into that, as well as the committee members. So here's the committee composition. So I chaired the committee as well as underwent procedures and conflicts of interest and helped facilitate the final report. The government affairs manager was the vice chair of the scribe and helped with the report. And then we had our ex officio advisors with Ruth and Drayden. And then finally the voting members were Alyssa, Pranav, and Josh. In terms of conflicts of interest, both ex officio advisors sit on the USA steering committee, so they just, that's the reason they're ex officios on this committee. And then as well, the GAM attends USA as a delegate each term. He is also non-voting. And then finally, the Secretariat attended USA both terms. So for a good summary, USA is a nonpartisan provincial lobbying organization representing the interests of over 160,000 undergraduate students across Ontario. Their vision is for accessible, affordable, accountable, and high-quality post-secondary education in Ontario. And then here you can see the member schools, AMS being one of the founding members, and then there's Brock, Waterloo, McMaster, Trent, Laurentian, Western, Wilfrid Laurier, and Ontario Tech. To kind of briefly go through the benefits of USA, so it is an advocacy for students. It helps amplify student voices in government decision making. It is collaborative on policy developments as member schools co-create evidence-based policies on tuition, housing, mental health, and more topics. It helps promote student-driven solutions to sector-wide issues. It helps enhance government relations through regular meetings with people such as MPPs and ministers and stakeholders like that. It influences legislation and funding that directly impacts students. It helps create awareness campaigns, engaging public campaigns to raise awareness about student priorities and build public support for post-secondary issues. It's a network of student leaders. It helps connect student governments across Ontario, encourages knowledge sharing and skill development. And finally, it provides research and resources to publish in-depth reports and briefs on higher education. So next we'll be kind of going over through like the dissenting opinion as well as alternatives to USA. So some of the issues with USA has to do with the high cost of membership and relative to perceived benefits, the slow policy development process, limiting responsiveness, and the heavy time demands on AMS executives such as the VPUA and CEA. There is currently a lack of Queen's representation in USA leadership, and finally, tuition freeze advocacy not universally supported by Queen students, especially during financial strain. Within the report, you can see that the Canadian Federation of Students Ontario is listed as one of the alternatives. It promotes a broader scope and represents undergraduate, graduate, and professional students. It has potential for greater bargaining power and credibility, is more open to individual targeted advocacy campaigns, and the structure may better support issue-specific initiatives. Also within the report, we also listed that the AMS could shift to doing a lot of these advocacy from within the organization themselves without having an external alignment, but that would be highly contingent on the VPUA and CEA's time commitment, which is currently not feasible. Kind of as an overview into the finances and policy changes. So currently it's $3.56 per student, which is subject to increase through CPI. This year, we have budgeted $71,968,000 that goes to USA from this fee. Outlined in these images are some of the changes within policy, so I'll just kind of go through them. So the sections in the constitutions are being proposed for amendment. They are consistent with current constitutions and or student activity fee policy and or the Queen's University Ancillary Fee Protocol. So the first one states that full membership status shall be subject to review by Assembly after a period not exceeding 3 years. The Standing Committee on External Alignment, whose terms are outlined by the Society Policy on Assembly, must submit a report on the status of membership, and at the time Assembly shall vote on renewing full membership. Renewal of full membership shall require a 2/3 majority vote. Should the vote fail, full membership shall terminate. So there is just some missing words within Constitution, and clarified that the Assembly has this as a standing committee. In terms of fee increase, consideration of a proposed increase in membership fee shall be deemed distinct from consideration of continued membership in an external organization, and thus subject to all policies governing student activity fees, or as outlined in Part 2, Section 4. The previous wording suggests that Assembly can vote to increase the fee, which is contrary to the Constitution, and it's also contrary to the Queen's University Ancillary Fee Protocol, which requires all fees increased to go through a campus-wide referendum. This language was included because until 2015-2016, the Assembly had the authority to increase fees. However, the changes happening in the last decade or so to management of student fees was not updated to reflect this. The next change, for greater clarity, 1 year as described by 10.2.2 should be interpreted to mean that the review must be completed by April 30th of the year in which the associate membership rights and privileges were exercised. The AMS representative to bodies shall be the Associate Vice President of External Affairs. This clause is added to explain what 1 year means under the observed membership and or other sections relating to external alignment. So 1 year means an academic term in which AMS was actually a member regardless of what point of term it joins. And then this was also added to clarify who is responsible for external representation, which is the CEA. Moving on, another major topic discussed within this committee is a Vice President of External Affairs discussion or changes to the AMS structure. So currently there is no dedicated VPEA. The External Affairs is under the VPUA, and the VPUA currently oversees 7 commissioners and then 6 next year. Comparing to other schools, such as Brock, which has a VPA, Wilfrid Laurier has a VP Government and Stakeholders Relationship, and McMaster has a VP Education with associate VPs for municipal, provincial, and federal. These roles allow for specialized year-over-year external advocacy. So the benefits include improved representation. Elected VPA strengthens advocacy legitimacy and accountability. Operational capacity, it helps reduce the burden of VPUA, allowing deeper focus on internal advocacy and strategic planning. Strategic focus, it helps enhance ability to proactively address municipal, provincial, and federal issues. And then governance contribution, the VPA on executive enables stronger external relations, risk awareness, and funding development. This is all covered pretty extensively within the report. In terms of next steps, we believe when this membership gets reviewed in the next 3 years, that by that time they should have a pretty clear plan on whether this VPA could be possible. That's something we believe they could be working in this next 3 years. And currently the next steps listed include the CEA and GAM to developing a feasibility report for AMS Assembly and Board to consider. And yeah, if there's any questions, please let me know. Yes.
So I guess in terms of timeline, right? Like you said, they're coming up with a feasibility report. Like, when is the earliest this could be instituted?
Well, I think in our discussions, we talked about how this would take a lot of development, and ideally, it would be something that would be done during the 3 years where it's not undergoing review. So it's still something very much in the early stages. It's ultimately up to the new team's kind of discretion.
So you're saying you're saying at least 3+ years is what I'm.
Well, it's more of
No.
just Samuels.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah. So when is the earliest this could be implemented? Because you're proposing a very I want to say instrumental change here. Is this something that will be decided in next year's assembly?
Whoa. Just to clarify, you're in reference to the VPEA discussion, right? Yeah. So in the report, we made sure to outline it as just a discussion item for more so just to outline from a CEA perspective, what that could look like for good governance of how it could be implemented. Okay. So actually, in the report, it's what the discussion led to was more of a suggestion of actually assessing what that would look like implementation-wise. Timeline is really dependent on the eagerness of both the executives and the commissioner that are in that role over the next few years.
So it's up to next year's incoming exec. I see.
Yeah, it's not just them alone. It is a larger aspect, but that is largely it.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much.
I just give it just for the stream.
Thank you. The thing. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna speak like this. When it comes to making a VPEA, I think that number one, we need to get proper student input. Number two, financially, the AMS isn't there. As much as it is a good idea in theory, in practice, we'd probably have to go for a fee increase because our current financial structure would not support a 4th exec. I think number three, it would have to come from also an additional reevaluation of our senior management team. So what does this look like in practice in terms of what roles would remain under the VPUA versus what roles would remain under the VP Ops or all of the other VPs. Another thing that's called into question is with the addition of another VP, do we change our structure? Does it stop being everybody's on the equal plane, or is it the president that's now in charge of the VPs? Does that mean that they're elected at assembly or appointed at assembly versus elected student-wide? I think these are all questions that the AMS needs time to consider. In terms of a fee increase, like, I would not even go for a fee increase next year because I think that our students need to see more value in us before that's done. So like as much as it could be done by the next exec team, I think the main focus has to be figuring out the approach to our external relations. And then I also wanted to clarify that there's a point on the slide about CFS. Do not touch CFS with a poll. Like don't do that because you cannot leave that organization once you join it. And also like the articles are not positive, so that's not an alternative. Like I'd much rather we like the future AMS has an in-home like governance like a policy assistant with like a perm staff before it goes the CFS route. Like that one is not advisable at all.
So I guess just in terms of like Spark Notes, just like so I can make sure that I'm understanding this properly, and like the students in the live stream are understanding it as well, as an elected rep. So like this is far into the future. This is like, I don't know, you like your guys' version of like the bicentennial vision pretty much. Like it's not being implemented.
Recommendation that the committee thought would be something that the AMS should consider. It's not like a plan.
So if you had to give like a specific timeline, or Ruth, if you want to chime in as well.
It's just like a recommendation. It's an idea.
That's it. It's that.
Like, right now it's just an idea.
Okay, good to know. Appreciate that.
I wouldn't even call it an idea. I'd call it a recommendation because it's something that needs to happen. The question is, when will it happen? Yeah.
Other questions from anyone else? All right, I'll hand it.
Yeah, it was mostly in regards to like that's the solution for any of the problems identified within the report or by the committee. That would likely be the largest addressing barrier is to get that structural change. And because the report is every 3 years, we can kind of think in a more long-term strategic way that way.
Thank you. Are there any other questions at this time? All right, seeing as there are none, we will now be voting on motion 3. All those in favor of motion 3, please raise your hand. Oh. All those in favor of motion 3? All those opposed? All those who choose to abstain? This motion passes. Right, we are now going to be moving on to motion 4. And it is moved by Drayden George and seconded by VP Asande. And it is that AMS Assembly approve the termination of the AMS's membership in the Undergraduates of Canadian Research Intensive Universities, UCRU. Do any of you guys want to speak on this topic?
We'd actually like to take the motion off.
Oh.
Wait, what? So the thing is, UCRU is complex because UCRU technically is not even an incorporated organization. So right now it's like a bunch of schools acting as like friends across Ontario and Canada. I mean, we're not. It's not necessarily friends, but like we are like connected because of the fact that we're all research-intensive schools. Yes, has UCRU been a mess this year? It has. One of the emails we received was time of death, 2024-2025, cause of death, malnutrition, AMS UBC. I was like, it wasn't us this time. But we'd like to take this off because right now, like, there's technically nothing that's stopping us from not watching it out. Like, there's no point of going through any formal processes because it's not an official organization. And number 2, if UCRU does get to a place where it makes sense again, there's no need to jump through hoops. And it looks like there's something going for it next year as well. There's already people talking about how to get it back on track.
All right, thank you. Since you guys are the movers and seconders and are looking to rescind it, I am very bendable to that. Secretary Garvidian.
I just wanted to kind of make just kind of as a note on UCRU, like per the Constitution, any membership in an external organization needs to be assessed by a committee of assembly. And there's like proper procedure if like we want to formally affiliate ourselves with it, like including if it's just an associate or observership. So just kind of as a note, like if the motion is being taken down, then I think from a constitutional standpoint, there needs to be a committee that's reviewing this next year and making a decision on it, because we can't continue to be a member of an external organization when there has been no review process or like formal joining process. Yeah, I mean, we can do that. I can motion to amend it. Sure, I can motion to amend that the AMS Assembly required incoming executives to strike an ad hoc committee to assess membership in the undergraduate of Canadian intensive universities and to release a report by April 30th of 2026. Yeah, so basically, like in our constitution, like our affiliation and membership in external organizations, it's not up to the discretion of the AMS. Like the AMS executive can't just go and like join an external organization at their will. There needs to be a formal process to do so. And for whatever reason, like I don't necessarily disagree with this, but like our constitution says, even for like we're just quote observing an external organization, we still need to go through this process. So what that looks like actually happened with CASA this year, where it's like the AMS had to go to a referendum to the students and ask them, are you okay with us being associate members of this external organization for the 2 years? And that's because like if the AMS is going to these external bodies, like there's that affiliation between the AMS and that body, and the student population at large need to be okay with this. So when it comes to UCRU, like I haven't seen any of that formal process take place from like our internal records, and like we just had the election deputies archive every single question on the ballots since like 2014. So that hasn't necessarily happened. I know it's not like a quote formal organization, so it's like it's in a bit of a gray area, but if our membership in this organization is going to continue, regardless of its status, like whether we're full members or observers, I don't even know if they have the two distinctions, but like the point is like regardless of our membership in it, there needs to be that formal process of review that aligns with what the Constitution requires. So I think the incoming executive need to start that committee, assess if this is something that's feasible, and like realistically, if this is something they want to do, it should be up on referendum next year. So yeah, does that make sense for everybody?
Thank you, Secretary Garbidian. Do you mind rephrasing that motion just one more time? We do need a second.
I don't know if I'm going to remember the words, but I'll just make it up again.
Okay.
That the AMS Assembly require the incoming executives to strike an ad hoc committee to assess membership in the undergraduates of Canadian research intensive universities and to release a report by April 30th.
Thank you. Is there anyone wishing? Okay, we have a seconder. All right, all those in favor?
The name of the seconder for the minutes?
Yeah, for sure. The seconder is Amin Nazari.
Thank you.
All those in favor of this amendment? All those opposed? All those who are choosing to abstain? This motion clearly passes. At this point, we would usually be moving back to the regular motion. However, given that we have this amendment, we are now going to be moving on to motion 5. All right, we're going to be voting on the amended. We're going to be voting on the amended motion. My apologies, guys. Motion for the amended version from Sylvie. All those in favor, please raise your placard or your hand. All those opposed? All those who choose to abstain? This motion clearly passes. All right, we're going to be moving on to the next motion. Motion, yes. Seconder? Is that like I'll do that at the same time? All right, we have a seconder. We have Alyssa. Yeah. The seconder would be Assis Rep. Alyssa. All those in favor of this motion? All those in favor? All those opposed? All those who choose to abstain? This motion clearly passes. At the same time now? Okay. All right, we're just going to be going over the next couple of motions, motion 5, 6, 7, and 8. And 9, thank you. Right, so motion 5 is moved by President Rocky and seconded by VP Asande, and it is that AMS Assembly grant Lynn Perry, General Manager of the Alma Mater Society, an honorary life membership for her long time service in the AMS. Is there anyone looking to speak at this? Here. President Rocky.
Thank you. Anybody who's had a chance to work with Lynn over her almost now 13 years at the AMS would agree that she's put her heart and soul in this organization. I don't think she expected to stay this long when she came here for after retiring in her real career. But I know that just our team this year has been truly touched by her dedication and just so much of the mentorship she's provided. I know me personally, I've learned so much from her, and this was something that the executive, and I know Sylvie brought up, to take steps to recognize Lynn's commitment, as she's gone above and beyond for a very long time now. So for all those reasons, we think she's very deserving of this prestigious award that we can give people.
President Rocky, is there anyone else wishing to speak at this time? VP Asande.
Okay, guys, I'm really good at making myself tear up with sentimental words. But as Owen said, Lynn has seen the AMS through so many eras. She's seen us through COVID, through attempting to move back to the JDUC, through several negotiations. What we do, as much as we are in our own rights, as strong as we come to the table, it's backed by Lynn, and it's subsequently backed by our perm staff. She manages them, and so they can support us. And the organization, the impact she's had on the organization will be felt. And I don't think anyone deserves this award more than she does at this point. To take the MS from where it was when she got there to what it is now speaks to just her tremendous level of resilience and just her ability to be a mentor. I've had moments where Lynn has been like, Ruth, you can't do that. And I'm like, what do you mean by that, Lynn? What are you talking about? And she's like, and she explains it to me and I understand it, but I have so many lessons that I've learned that I will carry through so many different eras of my life because she's amazing.
Thank you, VP Asande. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on this motion at this time? All right, we will now be moving on to reading motion 6. That is that it's moved by President Rocky and seconded by CGO Capstick. And it is that AMS Assembly approve the presentation of the AMS Staff Award to Lisa Doxtater, Cultural Counselor at 4 Directions. Is there anyone looking to speak on this motion? Jenna Ammer, SIC Internal.
Hi. Okay, so I'm going to speak a little bit about Lisa for some of you who've had the chance or who haven't had the chance to meet her. Honestly, Lisa's been really integral to me in my role and even in my growth in the SIG. She's been a great pillar of support, even through planning the September Assembly and all of the guidance that she gave myself and Sylvie. Even the random words of wisdom that she would just kind of spew at us, and I'd sit there for hours mulling it over. Lisa's one of the kindest people you will meet, and she also has some of the biggest hearts. She's such a support. She's always inviting us over, and if you haven't had the chance to talk to her, I really, really recommend it because honestly, it makes me emotional seeing that. She truly is one of the most amazing people here, and a lot of the students that she even recommended to work with the SIG in terms of just Indigenous counseling, they always have amazing things to say about her, because if there is one person that knows how to be there for students and be there for any student, it's Lisa.
Thank you, Commissioner Amir. Is there anyone else looking to speak on this motion at this time? Right, seeing as there are none, we will now be reading motion 7, and it is that AMS Assembly approve the presentation of the AMS Staff Award to Terry Flindle, Governance, Engagement, and Special Projects Officer, moved by President Rocky and seconded by CGO Capstick. Is there anyone wishing to speak on this motion at this time? Yeah, go for it. No, for sure. We can definitely make that amendment. Is there anyone else looking to speak at this time? All right, seeing as there are none, we will now be moving on to reading motion 8, moved by President Rocky and seconded by CGO Capstick. And it is that AMS Assembly approve the presentation of the AMS Letter Award to Simranjeet Singh. Is there anyone looking to speak on this motion at this time? Amin Nazari, you have the floor.
Unfortunately, Sim couldn't be here today. He had some urgent family matters, so he had to go back home to Punjab. But if I'm not mistaken, he told me that he would be watching this live. So, Sim, if you can hear us, your presence is very missed in this room today. I don't know if I can speak for everyone in this room, but I can speak on behalf of, I don't know, for myself, and I think for Alan maybe as well. The hard work that you've put in does not go unrecognized. You are one of the most fantastic student leaders within the Queens community. You're an inspiration to us all. I don't know. You're one of the reasons I do student government personally, and I don't think I know anyone who cares as much as you do. I don't know. I'm really looking forward to see what you cook up next year as head of the SLC, right? When that new JADA comes out. I don't know. I guess I'll pass the mic over to someone else because I know there's someone else here who also wants to say a few kind words about Simranjeet. But honestly, like one of the best people at Queens, one of the best people I've had the pleasure of knowing over these last 3 years. Sim is an absolute pleasure, a delight, and a light among all. If any of you were at TEDx this year, it was incredible. I think this award is the bare minimum that we can give to him. Honestly, I'd give him everything if I could.
Thank you for that. All right, we're going to be hearing from a student now. Nico, you have the floor.
Hi, Sim. Hopefully you're also watching this because I'm really relying on that. I want to say, honestly, first and foremost, you deserve this award so very much. I remember looking back at this year and thinking to myself, whenever there was something that I didn't know when it comes to anything in student governance, there was one person I can look up to, and that was you. Simranjeet is someone who's done unbelievably so much for this community that we have here at Queens. And he's one of the very few people that I can think of that genuinely cares so much. And honestly, it motivated me and inspired me to do more this year. And I don't think I would have done the things I would have done without Simranjeet being in my life and having met him over literally just about a year ago at this point, maybe a year and 2 months ago at this point. But it's been an honest pleasure to have someone like Simranjeet in my life. And my only regret is not meeting him sooner. And I know next year is going to be a wonderful year for you, Simranjeet, and congratulations for this award. It's really well deserved. And even though I won't be here next year, I'll be looking forward to everything that you do via online. And I hope you're doing well, Simranjeet. From your friend, Nico.
Thank you, Nico. Thank you, Nico. Is there anyone else who is looking to speak on this motion at this time? All right, seeing as there are none, we will now be reading motion 9. This is moved by Secretary Garbidian and seconded by CGO Capstick, and it is that AMS Assembly honor the decree of the Council of Order to grant the following awards. Firstly, to Owen Rocky, Order of Good Governance. Secondly, to Katerina Bojic, on Order of Transparency. Thirdly, to Shahana Dangatrai, on Order of Outstanding Engagement. And finally, to Amelia Redman, on title of Friend of Judicial Affairs. Is there anyone looking to speak on this motion at this time? Secretary Garbidian. Your mic isn't on.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, I guess I just want to start off like this was the first year we are implementing the awards. Assembly had just approved this like 2 assemblies ago. And I didn't think it was going to be like the long process it did end up being. It took us like a good 2.5 hours of like deliberations to pick the titles of the awards and who to give them out to. So it definitely wasn't easy. There was like a lot of names, like people that the Council of Order had interacted with. For the interest of anyone who doesn't know what the Council of Order is, it includes the 2 judicial managers, 2 election officers, the Speaker, the Chief Governance Officer, and the Chair of the Judicial Committee who's not voting. And the point of it is to honor people that are contributing to the good governance of the society and who make the lives of people in the Internal Affairs Office a little easier than they would otherwise be. So it took a while, and we do have medals for everyone who did get the award. So Anna and Alf will present them when I finish reading the blurb. So I'll just start off with Owen Rocky for the Order of Good Governance. So Owen, as the 155th president throughout his term, has served in full compliance with the Constitution. He has been the bedrock of the AMS governance, advocating for accountability and greater transparency in our governance system. He joined the AMS and was handed the really interesting responsibility of the oversight of the Internal Affairs Office, which in the early summer days was riddled with inefficiencies, lack of accountability, and transparency. In the past 11 months, President Rocky has supported every initiative to increase the transparency of the office, and he's gone above and beyond to ensure members of the office have a safe working environment in which their work is valued and respected. In moments where the autonomy and the independence of the subunits of the office were called into question, President Rocky ensured the good governance of the society and promoted the arm's length distance we like to stay from the AMS in general. As the office celebrates its 10th anniversary, there were so many significant changes in the office this year. We've seen the addition of the Chief Returning Officer role, the Chief Governance Officer. We've seen changes in the JCOM's hiring to promote greater diversity of thought on the Judicial Committee. For every change, President Rocky has aligned it with the needs of students for fair and transparent proceedings. Between all the overhauls of the election, judicial, and assembly policies, the public coverage of all the cases we've had, the difficult moments, Owen was present and engaged, and he always reminded us of the student perspective, also the importance of communicating with simplicity, because we get lost in the details of policy all the time. His support for strengthening Assembly as an accountability body and the advancement of key initiatives like the streaming of Assembly and the Assembly themes, which we invited different equity-deserving groups, has been crucial to a year with 15 assemblies and 2 extra president's caucuses in the summer, and setting up the AMS for a stronger and democratic governance. I know I've had a close working relationship with Owen this year, but just in case anyone's wondering, is that a conflict of interest? I actually almost didn't accept my job offer. So for me to stand here today and say I've been very impressed and pleased with how Owen has handled governance is a big milestone. And Owen, I just hope you know that we all think that you were the president we needed in this year to transform the governance of the AMS. So I'll just let you go up and get your medal. Okay, next up. So this is going to take a while. So next up we have Katrina Bojic, and the Council of Order decided to grant her the Order of Transparency. Katrina, through her position as the Director of Communications, has supported and advanced our transparency. This year, more than ever, we've had so many statements and announcements go up on the AMS website, and she's been integral to communicating key changes and reminders to students, and also important upcoming dates. We're not the super organized, and the nature of the jobs in this office is that last-minute things happen all the time. And Kat has been super flexible, working around our schedules, understanding our working hours, and understanding what we really need to communicate with the students on what is going on with governance and making sure that they have the information that they need. She's contributed positively to the initiative, morale, and teamwork in the office. In difficult moments and in response to media requests, she's made herself available to guide us with the public relations of the autonomous units and ensure there's been clear communication. In moments of doubt and worry, Kat has shared her strength and encouraged us to do what is right, to serve students in our mandate of impartiality and neutrality. Kat's flexibility, kindness, and guidance has been instrumental in improved transparency for governance. While no one sees the work
done behind the scenes by Kat. We all see it and we appreciate it, and we'd like to express our deepest gratitude. Quite literally. Sorry, I'm just joking. Next up is Sahana. She's not here today, I don't think, but she's been granted the Order of Outstanding Governance. Sahana is the Comstock representative to the AMS Assembly, and she was granted this award for her role on the Student Activity Fee Review Committee and the Sustainability Action Fund. So just if we go back to September 2024, we struggled with having members of Assembly step up to committees of Assembly. And one of the most important committees that Assembly actually gets to sit on is the Student Activity Fee Review Committee that oversees all of our fees that students pay for. And as a result of that, we had to put every decision of that committee through Assembly in October, which ended up being a 4.5 hour long Assembly, to make sure that our decision-making was transparent and procedural, and to have the oversight that we didn't have because Assembly members hadn't stepped up. But then after that, Sahana did step up, and she was the only member of Assembly that stepped up and took a role on that committee. It's a lot of work in that committee, and she was, and this award wasn't granted just because she decided to take on that role, but because she was actually always engaged with it. She always came into the committees representing the interests of her constituents, and asking a lot of good questions and providing the guidance and perspective the committee needed. And because of that, subsequently, we had a shorter Assembly in January. You didn't have to sit through 28 different presentations. And she didn't miss any of the meetings of the committee she was on. So with that being said, this award is granted for her selfless and consistent commitment to her role in Assembly committees. Before we get into Amelia, actually, there is like a fifth one. This one doesn't need Assembly's approval because it's just a decision of the Internal Affairs Management team. But we would like to recognize Christian Hyam, who has been an election deputy, as the Volunteer of the Year this year. Christian has been consistent. He's shown up every time we've needed him to. He's supported us with Assembly, which he doesn't have to. He's here today, also doesn't have to. We really do appreciate it. He's also been an integral part of the election team, making sure that when we've had staffing changes, the work continues to happen. His work has been outstanding. And also recently, he's developed a Python code for randomizing boothing schedules for referendum and election candidates. So Christian's work has been recognized and appreciated in the office, and Christian, you can go up to grab your medal too. Okay, last one, Amelia Redmond. So Amelia is actually, Amelia was granted the title of Friend of Judicial Affairs, which for all of you in this room, you should aspire to get. Someone who's a big fan of the judicial system. Amelia was a case manager in the Student Conduct Office for roughly 3 years. Throughout her term as a case manager, Amelia developed a very close working relationship with the Judicial Affairs Office, including myself, and has offered members of this office guidance, mentorship, and support. When facing complex or difficult cases for the first time, Amelia has always made herself available to review policy with the JAO, ensure that JAO is adhering to policy and procedures, as well as the principles and pillars that guide its work. Amelia's flexibility and guidance, including all the short notice meetings and the few occasions very long meetings we've had to discuss complex cases, has been instrumental to success in the JAO. Amelia not only helped us with non-academic misconduct cases, but especially policy infringement cases that we were asked to handle on our own. As a system that values educational outcomes and students learning from other students, the Council commends Amelia for the invaluable learning experience she's provided to students who work and learn from the expertise of the Student Conduct Office. Okay, that'll be all on my end.
So, thank you for that, Sylvie. All right, we are now going to be voting on all 5 of the motions. So between motion 5 and motion 9, all at the same time. So all those in favor of motions 5 to 9, please raise your hands. All those opposed? All those who choose to abstain? This motion clearly passes. Congratulations to all of you guys. All right, we are now going to be moving on to motion 10, moved by VP Asande and seconded by CGO Capstick. And it is that AMS Assembly approve the renaming of the title of commissioners to associate vice presidents, and consistent with precedent, apply the title retroactively to the commissioners of 2024 to 2025. VP Asande or CGO Capstick, would you guys like to speak on this? Or Secretary Garbidian? You're not seconding it? So you're going to be seconding it. Okay, so seconded by Secretary Garbidian instead. Is there anyone who wishes to speak on this motion at this time? VP Sunday.
Thank you. So this came after discussion with Sylvie, as well as some research done at other schools and what the other schools look like. I think lastly, the biggest thing with this was ensuring that when the commissioners do have the opportunity to speak on behalf of the organization, or rather speak on my behalf on behalf of the organization, that it weighs out and it matches up with what it actually is. A lot of the commissioners already speak with the university and act as associate VPs, especially in the case of, for instance, the CEA, where their title being a vice president at least, even if it's an associate on USA, also measures out well to all the other schools as well. I know there are some concerns about this, so I'm gonna wrap up my points so we can get into discussion.
Thank you, VP Asande. Is there anyone who has a question, VP, or statement, VP Chaudhary?
Thank you for the small description. I do have a concern, and I think with comparing the AMS to other schools, we're definitely far different. And so all the corporations of other student associations don't have head managers, they don't have directors, they don't have any of that. So I think when you look at like an AVP, like a lot of the work that students do in other student unions is specifically focused on advocacy, equity, et cetera. So like, how do you think that ties into the bigger picture of like having these AVPs alongside directors, head managers, editors-in-chiefs? Has that ever been a consideration? And if so, could you describe like how it wouldn't impact the hierarchy, either by nature of someone thinking that they have more power than someone in terms of being an AVP, but also like one of the things we pride ourselves with is being far different than other student unions. So I don't know if a change to align ourselves more with them is something necessary. And I wonder if, almost similar to motion number 4, we should see how the commissions play out in the new environment of the JDUC before going to an AVP move.
I'm going to hand it out to VP Asande to respond to that.
So I think the first thing is that the commissioners are not the service head managers or the directors. They never have been, and I don't think they ever will be. In the sense as in they do something that's completely different. They are the sole party that's responsible to assembly. Your head managers are not. That's the first thing. They're responsible to the corporation. I think the second thing as well to remember is that because your head managers are responsible to the organization, the governance piece of things is very relevant when it comes to our structure and how we name them. Additionally, the hierarchy should, because they're so different, like hierarchy is not something that I would see coming in here. We recognize and we talked about that as well, and we've talked about that in transition as well, ensuring that there's a cohesive environment for all 3 umbrellas within the AMS. Now, if the decision is that we'd want to see the other portfolios renamed to match that, that's something that you and Owen are in charge of, and you can make that decision, or I guess Jana and Alyssa in the next like 21 days can make that decision on your behalf. But again, like when it comes to the point on whether or not we're similar to other organizations, there is a certain level of introspection that's required. We might be different, but it's not always a good thing. The AMS where it's at is does need to evolve and grow to get to a point where it offers its students something similar to what other students get. How many AVPs or how many commissioners at other schools leave their positions feeling burnt out? It doesn't happen. Their roles are not at that skill. It's not at the same level. Also, when we look at the professional development opportunities that come for our commissioners after, how many people know what a commissioner actually is? Well, if I told you I was an AVP of social issues versus an AVP of, or I mean, you're not part of me anymore, but like an AVP of external affairs versus me telling you I'm the commissioner of external affairs, we also pride ourselves on the idea of experiential learning for our students, and that experiential learning also means that we pride ourselves on our ability for them to thrive in the workplace in the future. And so this is taking into account that someone saying I was the co-grow head manager, this is not a call out, Alana, love you. Someone saying I was the co-grow head manager holds more weight than me telling someone I'm the commissioner of social issues, because if you leave the Queen's scale, you do not know what commissioners are. You barely even know what the AMS is. And so this is something that I think is the right step in terms of that. And to summarize my point, again, I think that that we need to get rid of that idea that the service head managers and the commissioners and the officers are the same. They're not. They're on the same level, but they do completely different things. Yes.
We're going to be hearing, there seems to be many questions. I saw ComSoc Pres Shahana's hand up first, so you have the floor.
Awesome, thank you. Just wanted to comment on a thing. Like, I totally hear the concern of understanding that the job title of commissioner is something that is respected and understood outside the landscape of the AMS. That said, like, arguably, I'm speaking from like a commerce perspective where recruiting is literally what we live and breathe by. I think at the same time, like, the work that is done by the commissioners speaks volumes. Like, at the end of the day, when you are hiring for a professional role outside of this, people who are hiring you will look to the work that you have done rather than solely the title that you hold. I think if anything, by having so many associate vice presidents, it might actually take away from the meaning behind the title of the VPs of the AMS. I think there holds a lot of weight when it comes to saying that you are a vice president, especially within the elected governance space, which is a big part of the AMS. When I hear vice president, and I'm sure many folks may agree with this, I think of people who are elected to serve the student body. And I think, if anything, this might cause greater confusion and delineation between the roles of the commissioners compared to the roles of the executive itself. And I think as much as we want to respect the work that the commissioners do, I don't also want it to take away from the work that the president and the VPs do. But yeah, those are just my thoughts.
Boo. Okay. I think to counter that, my success this year, I could not have done without any of my commissioners. If you have a weak VP, what carries them is the strength of their commissioners. They are interchangeable. As much as I manage my commissioners, they are right beside me, not behind me in every decision that I make. And it's super important that that's understood as well. I think to the other point as well that you mentioned, commissioners are actually appointed by Assembly. So there is some stake for Assembly because they don't only report to me as their head manager or quote unquote as their manager, they also have the responsibility to report to Assembly. The service head managers don't submit their budgets to Assembly. They submit it to board. My commissioners bring their budget here. They bring their goal plans here. Any decision that they make is ratified by Assembly as well. Now, I do understand the concerns about causing, a lot of discourse with having it be AVPs versus VPs, but I think that the importance will be capturing the word AVP. Obviously, open to conversation, but I'm hoping that this walks you guys through some of what my thoughts were, or what our thoughts were through conversation.
Just to note, I'm going to be accepting a maximum of 3 more questions at this time. I see we have a question from Amin Nazari. Go for it.
Sorry, I guess I'll phrase it in a way that it is a question. But before we get to the actual question portion, I want to say I agree completely with the sentiments shared by the ComSoc Pres. Like, as I say this as well as an incoming VP, I'm really curious to hear what the incoming team thinks about this, because respectively, they will be overseeing the commission. And as someone who's going to sit on Assembly next year, I want to hear what their thoughts are on it, because, as an Assembly, we're only as good as what we know. And I think they know much more than we do on this matter.
Incoming team, anyone want to speak on this? I'm going to give it to Alyssa.
Yes, thank you. This is something that Ruth has also brought to my attention during transition and gotten my thoughts on. And honestly, I would just have to reiterate everything she's already said in the sense of when it comes to the VPUA and the relationship with the commissioners, that support there is such a, I guess, like using the term associate, I think it perfectly describes it because of the way that they work together, just in that sense. When it comes to the title, and the work afterwards, I just feel like when it comes to, just to acknowledge other things that were said, when it comes to calling them a commissioner, I feel like it makes sense with how they're working in governance and how they're perceived by external organizations when we're being a student union to USA, for example. The people there are vice presidents. So to have someone sitting there on the steering committee as a commissioner, it just kind of sets us apart in a sense where I think it is the correct direction where we want to be similar to other student unions. That's my position on this, so I would support this motion as the incoming VPUA, but I hope that answers your question.
VPUA, we're going to be taking our next question from the comms director, Katerina.
Hi, everyone. So for myself, we weren't, to the point where a commissioner does only what a commissioner does. The same with a service manager is unique in their role. Nobody else does what a service head manager does. And that can be said to offices as well. Nobody does what an office does as well. Everybody, the part of the AMS is that everybody works so uniquely. I think also other service head managers weren't asked how they feel about this change because I think inviting the word vice president, even if there is the word beforehand, it just invites, I think, a layer of natural hierarchy, especially when it comes to branding. And not everybody is super familiar with the AMS, so people barely understand that the AMS has a president and 2 VPs. So let alone now you're gonna add a couple more VPs to it. People who are really not familiar with the AMS might not understand all of the different titles, because even coming into it, it's a bit of a whirlwind. You don't understand much. To the point of professional development, I wanna echo ComSoc as well, who has been going through the recruiting process and whatnot. I could say director of comms, I interchange it with head of communications office. It's really about the work I've put in and like analytics and stuff that I can submit, that I can explain to them rather than the actual title. As well as I think like a commission in the Canadian government, if it also follows the title commission. I don't know, I feel like it's unique in an office, somebody's a director and that should stay unique. And then the VPs of exec, they should have a unique title as well, which is VP. And I don't think that we always have to compare ourselves with other student unions in this case. But yeah.
VP Asande, do you care to respond to that?
So again, I think I want to point out that when it comes to the decisions made within governance, I do not believe that we need to set a precedent with involving people who are not responsible to assembly in those decisions. Yes, it does affect them, but I don't think that the service head managers come to the commissioners when it's time to consult on things. It doesn't work like that. And I think that this is where we get that mix up, where we undermine governance and how the society works versus how the corporation works. So I understand where that concern is coming from, but I don't know if I necessarily agree with it.
Thank you, VP Asande. At this point, we're going to be taking only a couple more voices. I'm going to start off with Nico, and then I'm going to be hearing from VP of ComSA. So Nico, go for it.
So because I actually wanted to find out the definition of an AVP, I went on like ChatGPT and like, myself to just kind of find out how it defines as AVP. And it says here, it's a mid to senior level management position within an organization, typically one level below the vice president. So just based off that definition, I just wanted to add that it feels to me that this is an appropriate rename to this title. And that's pretty much everything I have to say about that, but it just seems to make sense to me. Thank you.
Is there anyone who wishes to respond to it? Any of the the people who moved it or seconded it? Seeing as there are none, we will be moving on to the next question from the VP of ComSA.
The only concern, VP of Comms, so Josh, the only concern I want to echo is having somebody with the VP title who's appointed and not elected. I think that's confusing for students. That's my only point.
All right, I'm going to hand it off to the seconder, Secretary Garbedian, to respond to that or those last statements.
Okay, well, I can speak to this. I think a couple of things I want to echo. I think I understand where a lot of the questions or concerns are coming from. Personally, I am in support of the motion. Obviously I seconded it, so there's that. But I think a couple of reasons, yes, we don't have to compare ourselves to other universities, but the reality of the relationship of the commissioners to the society and student body at large is very different than how other directors or head managers have a relationship. And this comes straight from the Constitution. If you pull it up, it says commissioners directly report to the VPUA and Assembly. That's why commissioners sit on Assembly. That's why they have to submit reports on a monthly basis to Assembly. There is a level of personal responsibility with these roles that doesn't come with any other position within the AMS. And there's a level of public scrutiny that these people take on as a part of their role as commissioners, not to scare anyone who's taking those roles on and here with us today. But there's that level of publicity that comes with it. And the other piece to it is they do represent students at the university. The university has a lot of committees, a lot of structures and governance bodies on which commissioners sit on directly. Those aren't things that the VPs or the president sometimes sit on. Most of them are delegated to the commissioners who are representing the student body to the university. And to that end, that is why they are ratified by Assembly, which under the new Assembly policy, there will actually be appointed. But their appointment will be approved by Assembly. So it's that relationship is being strengthened with Assembly for the purposes of Assembly having greater oversight on the people that are representing these students to the university and various accountability bodies and their interests. In terms of the title, my personal experience here is I'm called just a secretary. And I think perfectly describes my role, despite the fact that there have been moments where it's I think at one of the meetings I was in, I was yeah, I'll send follow-up notes after. And then someone looked at me and was yeah, I bet you do that a lot. And another time I was in a meeting, someone said, I bet your job is fun because you design documents all day. And I was that's pretty interesting to say. But it's my title is a secretary, but it perfectly describes what I do. And it's different than what, say, other directors have, from the offices. It's different from the head managers because the role is different. And the title of secretary perfectly captures what it does. Is this a title that other... I think it's consistent with the intent of the role and how it's set up within the organization. So there's no problem with it. And I think changing the commissioners to AVPs to reflect what their roles are and the expectations surrounding their roles, I think makes sense. Because if what you're doing is acting on behalf of Assembly, most of your job and going to the university, I think having a title that represents that makes sense. To the point about confusion with appointments and elections, up until the 1960s, the president was appointed by Assembly. They weren't elected. That was just a change that happened within the last 60 years or so. So, in terms of the confusion, I think the student body will eventually get used to it, I think, with time. But I do understand the concerns, but I also do want to echo the incoming team and the Vice President of University Affairs, Ruth, on that this is a change that's needed to strengthen governance and make sure it's set up for long-term success.
Thank you, Secretary Garbedian. Is there anyone else who is looking to speak on this topic at this time? Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to hear out. We can definitely be amenable to using a timer. Unfortunately, there is, I believe the time limit for speaking is actually 10 minutes for these motions, but I do understand that we are on a time limit here. It does seem that there are a couple people who are extremely excited or want to speak on this motion, so I'm going to be entertaining one more voice. That is the incoming president of Jen Amer.
Hello. Okay. Funny enough, I will not be speaking as incoming president, but as the Commissioner of Social Issues right now. To shed a little bit light on what my role means, My role means having to deal with constant stress, having to make sure that I am, like, I kid you not, constant stress, having to make sure that I am as level-headed as a person as possible, to make sure that I'm inputting every single student's opinion into the voice that I give to the university when I sit on, for example, the Student Education Equity Committee. That's for Senate. Like, everything that I kind of do within my role is a representative of the student body, at least in an equity perspective, to the university as well as to Assembly. I'm gonna be very honest, there were times that I came to Assembly like terrified, because the reality is Assembly always has the power to tell me what to do, to call me out on anything that I've done, to ask me questions about my report. And sometimes I was worried about those things. I've been asked to do things by Assembly, AKA the equity policy you will see. Was that something I was planning to do anyways? Yes. Was that something in my goal plan? Yes. Was I given a deadline by Assembly? Also yes. These are things that no one else in the AMS except the executive really ever have to kind of be worried of, was just the secretary. But just to shed a little bit of light on what the stress and kind of your positionality in this role is, and the things that you have to deal with that other senior managers in the AMS don't, regardless, that doesn't undermine the amazing work every single manager in the AMS puts in. Everybody puts their blood, sweat, and tears into this organization, whether you're working on the corporation side or the society side, but it always feels like the governance side is the side that is seen as the passing side, the side that just exists, when in reality, it's not. Without the society, the corporation wouldn't.
Thank you for that. At this time, I'd be highly receptive to a motion to call to question. VP Asande? All those in favor of calling to question? All those in favor of motion 10? All those opposed? All those who choose to abstain? This motion fails. Right, we are going to be moving on to motion 11, moved by Secretary Garbidian and seconded by CGO Capstick, and it is that AMS Assembly adopt these. Go for it. Secretary Garbidian, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, so that will be amended. I don't think it'll be reflected on the slides, but the reading of it will be amended.
Thank you, Secretary Garbidian. All right, moving on to motion 11, moved by Secretary Garbidian and seconded by CGO Capstick, and it is that AMS Assembly adopt the Assembly policy and approve changes to the awards policy as presented. Secretary Garbidian, do you want to speak on this?
Yeah, I can speak to this. Just a couple changes. Anything that references commissioners will get reverted back afterwards. That's a minor change. But in terms of this report, it's a verbal report on the composition from the Assembly Policy Review Committee. The Assembly policy had been due for review this year. So a substantial number of people have supported this review process. We've had meetings roughly on a weekly basis. Lots of good conversation, feedback, and discussion took place. We'd heard a lot of feedback from Assembly members throughout the year on how to make Assembly better. So we tried our best to implement it, and I'll just walk you through high-level changes. So a couple of things in terms of like the pillars of the review was, first of all, transition, clarity, efficiency, and practicality. When I got into my role as a secretary and like responsible for running Assembly, I didn't know how to run Assembly. I'd never been on Assembly before. And I didn't find the policy to be helpful at all in that transition process. Like, it wasn't giving the guidance and procedures that are much needed to be able to run Assembly. So a lot of this has been like implementing the practices and like reviewing how the university runs Senate and like board to kind of get some more inspiration on how to make this more efficient. So a couple of issues that we identified. First of all, the formatting, that template was changed. And making sure things, I think firstly is like policy is clear, but also enforceable. So something the AMS has, like some of the policies we've had in the past were great in principle, but they're just simply not enforceable. Things like, quote, removal of Assembly members. And up until this year, like tracking attendance and holding members of Assembly accountable. So that's kind of for the high level pillars. I'll go into the changes in more detail. So the first change that the committee has put forward is changing the composition of Assembly in the different membership classes on the AMS Assembly. So we had a significant level of debate, multiple meetings on how do we best structure the different membership classes on Assembly. So currently we have the voting members, we have non-voting members, which are the commissioner, CGO, speaker, on-air member, and a weird closet board, which we consulted with our lawyer on before recommending to strike out. And then we also have ex officio members, which under the Constitution also includes the SGPS president. Now, from a point of enforceability, SGPS president is not required to attend our assemblies. We would never be like, oh, you didn't submit your report out. That would never be the case. So just having more consistent guidance and being able to clarify these are what the expectations are for these specific members, and being able to enforce them without creating all these weird exceptions in the way different relationships are set out. The other piece to it was reviewing the relationship of Assembly to different members and making sure that members are being placed in the appropriate classes. So under the new structure, there will still be a voting class of Assembly, that's executive and voting members, nothing changing there. The non-voting class will include the commissioners and the secretary. We have removed the speaker, the CGO, as well as like on-air members and that clause about board after consultation with the lawyer because we don't need it. And the reason for it was the CGO and the speaker are part of like running Assembly, and they're always included in these conversations. They don't have the same expectations as the other non-voting members, namely to submit reports and those other little things that come with being like a member of Assembly. Observant members will continue to include so rector, trustee, student senate caucus chair, and board chair were ex officios. Ex officio actually means by virtue of holding the office. And after reviewing the policy and as well as like assessing the relationship, we felt like that's not an accurate representation of what that relationship is. That's better suited for the SGPS president. Instead, that class was renamed to observers of Assembly, and that includes the rector, the trustee, and also will include the resident society president moving forward. So Alan was consulted on that. What comes with the class of observers is they're expected to deliver a verbal report to Assembly. That is the main difference between them and non-voting members. And the other piece to it is like they represent students of different aspects of university governance or different bodies. So board chair, senate caucus chair are representing like senate caucus and board to Assembly. RESOC president, rector, and trustee represent students to various aspects of the university, which is why they will be expected to have that verbal reports. We also, the relationship, the EMS, I guess this kind of ties into the Queen's Student Alumni Association. We had a really in-depth conversation about the differences in these relationships. QSA president is actually hired by the university, as opposed to the RESOC president who's elected. There's a stronger relationship with the resident society, even with little things like jurisdiction with judicial affairs and supporting their administration of their elections. So because of that, we felt it's more fitting to include them as part of observers of Assembly, most of whom their roles are defined somewhat in the Constitution. The only one that isn't is the Student Senate Caucus chair. So that's for the changes. Next up is transparency. So currently, all members of Assembly, like presidents, like if you've been submitting reports, you can. That was implemented for transparency. Under the new policy, we will be getting rid of reports included as a part of the agenda package. And the said reports will serve as kind of a monthly update that's released on the AMS website. So they will be due on the last Friday of each month, compiled by the Chief Governance Officer and released separately and marketed separately. And it will serve as like once a month, you will get a centralized update from all your student leaders that sit on Assembly on what they've been up to in the different faculty societies and the different representatives on that Assembly. So this move shifted more like emphasizing that transparency aspect to it. The other piece to it is like Assembly ideally, I think, should be like on a tri-weekly basis. So having those reports align with Assembly is a bit impractical because the cycles that we run are different. So a monthly update is like allows members of Assembly to plan ahead. There will be no reports in December and April because those tend to be low activity month. People are on vacation or break or whatever it is. Also, just adding in reports for university level committees if commissioners are sitting on them to make sure that's reported back to Assembly for transparency on what's going on, and reports of the Judicial Affairs Office and the election team, as well as the committees of Assembly. Next up was about engagement. This was a pretty significant, well, I don't know if it's significant, but I think in principle it is. So the current Assembly policy, as well as like the Constitution, included quite a bit of language about removal of members of Assembly. But if you actually dug into it and read what it actually says, you could, quote, remove people from assembly, but not voting members because they can only be removed by their faculty society, not the rector because they can only be removed by the student body at large, not the trustee because they can only be removed by all these other rules that govern their role, not the board chair because you don't have jurisdiction on that, definitely not the RESOC president, definitely not like a lot of the SGPS president. So the idea of keeping this, this is pretty significant, the idea of keeping the word removal doesn't make sense in terms of what that policy is trying to achieve. It's also very adversarial. Nothing that a secretary would ever enforce. Like, I don't think we'd ever go to someone and be like, you're being removed for X, Y, and Z reason. And also, we don't really have jurisdiction with a lot of these cases. So the reword here is to say it's about suspension of the members of assembly from that assembly so that it triggers some kind of removal or review process by the body that they're accountable to. Each member of assembly has that external body that they report to, and that body is responsible to make sure their representation is accurate. So yeah, so the change there was renaming it from removal to suspension. On principle, it's less adversarial, more practical, actually enforceable. Yeah, also some other changes, all voting members are required to join one assembly. You're a voting member, you represent your membership. Assembly committees keep assembly shorter, so there will be an expectation that you join them, join these committees. Proxies will be allowed for observers explicitly moving forward, and there's been some added definitions there. Transition has also been changed. It used to be that there needed to be a transition assembly. After discussions, we decided that's not effective, hasn't happened in a while. So instead, the outgoing team will transition incoming summer assembly, and then the secretariat will transition the rest of assembly in September when they come back. Yeah, so in terms of accountability, same as what we had approved back in the fall term. The only thing that changes here is adding the section on committees where it's like, if you're absent from committee meetings, like 2 times and it hasn't been excused, then you would be removed from a committee, and then removal from 2 is considered a just cost for suspension. There's a lot of accommodations available, a lot of flexibility in the booking of the meetings, so ideally the time of everyone working in those committees should be respected by having assembly members show up. In terms of assembly operations, we heard a lot of feedback about releasing the agenda 72 hours in advance, which happened to fall on Friday afternoon, not giving members of assembly time to review it. So the new policy says it's still 72 hours, at least 14 of which are during business hours. So what that does is that, let's say assembly is on a Thursday, still releases it 72 hours in advance, which is pretty realistic for the timelines we work around, but gives assembly those 2 business days. But if, on the other hand, assembly is on a Monday, now it's released on Thursday afternoon to give members of assembly that Friday and Monday to review the agenda. This was based on feedback we received. Other changes is having assembly ratify the dates of assembly in May to set clear expectations on when that is set by assembly and approved. Some clearer guidance for minutes, for my office's perspective, and then closed sessions for all commissioners. Closed sessions would now include all commissioners. In terms of the rules, yeah, we went through the rules of order and how assembly is structured in depth. A lot of timelines and limitations were in place to kind of guide when the speaker can call the question, call the session, limit statements or questions to keep assembly more efficient. For motions, there's been a limit placed for a 15-minute debate that can be extended for a maximum of 1 hour, as opposed to 1 hour by default up to an hour and a half. And then we also gave this mover of a motion more speaker in terms of if at the end of the hour there's still no consensus, they can either ask for the question to be called or choose to table it themselves if they feel like they've heard enough and they want to bring it back at the next session. And the last change is the guest speakers will now speak after the executives of the society to give exec a chance to address assembly first. Lastly, just going back to transparency, so we don't currently have any rules on e-votes. That was developed, so under the new policy, any motions approved via an e-vote have to be for emergency purposes. At least 50% plus 1 must cast a vote, and that's really built in to make sure that, because it's an e-vote, everybody has an email, so quorum's technically everyone. And then for transparency, having the secretary state to assembly any motions approved through an e-vote unless they're marked as confidential. And then also adding some clauses if you want to reconsider a motion that was approved through an e-vote, making it easier to do so at the assembly right after it was approved, as opposed to the timelines that you have to give out. And then lastly, just kind of building it off precedent, if there has been a motion approved via an e-vote, unless it's been marked confidential, how members of assembly vote is not really private. We do track that for the most part. So I think what we came to consensus about is like it's the precedent is fine where assembly can motion to release them or the student at large can do so. But otherwise, like there will be statements so people know that there's been a motion approved, unless of course it's been marked as confidential. Other changes. So if there's no, like, we added a committee of the whole. That is something that the Senate has to keep discussions and motions more productive, and to allow assembly to figure out wording of motions. We saw this kind of play out with the special assembly when we were talking about the letter of like for the undergraduate, the strike letter, where it's like we had a discussion period where it was like kind of open, you can still have motions. That's not really technically in our rules of order, so we added that in to like set the precedent in the future. It's like if that needs to happen, there's a recourse for it to happen. For motions, really clarified what all these different motions that we have mean. Different sections for different types of motions that are very common, like motions for ratification, motions for approving referendum fees, motions for, there's a whole list, it's in the policy. But it's like, it's all spelled out now, there's clear procedure. I know there were a lot of questions this year about what ratification of candidates is, what it aims to achieve. So all that has been clarified in the policy. And it's like a minor change that we did is like, because for ratification it was like to ensure eligibility, but then assembly was taking my word for it. Now candidates running for elections will be expected to confirm eligibility to assembly directly, because I don't do any more verification than take their word. So they can give their word to assembly. I don't need to be a middleman in that conversation. So yeah, one stop hub for all types of motions. And then for committees, really also overhauled and clarified the different types of committees that we had. So in the current policy, we only had ad hoc and standing committees. Standing ones occurred every year. Ad hoc ones strike, like they're created on like a need basis. We added a type of committee called the selection committees. These are for awards that we have. They're governed by the awards committee. So they are added in for greater clarity and definition. Standing committees are all now defined in the assembly policy for ease of understanding and access so that there isn't confusion. I know when I got in my role this year, pretty confused on what I'm supposed to run, what committees that we have. So now it's very clear and in one place. Yeah, a couple of committees that are new is the Assembly Finance Committee for greater transparency and accountability of commission budgets. The Equity Advisory Committee that's built off the equity policy. The Staff Review Committee is a committee defined under the Constitution, and it's joint between board and assembly. So adding its definitions under the assembly, so assembly members can be held to account for engagement with that committee, the same as any other committee, but also referencing that its terms of reference are in the board policy. Some minor changes to the composition of nominating committee, including adding the SIC internal to it. Awards policy, because this is part of it, so mostly just clarifying quorum is 2 members of assembly, majority of the rest. We reference the club advisory committee, which will review ratification applications in the future. And just like, again, most of it has been housekeeping to like bring these changes in compliance with like the assembly policy. So nothing really new there. We just kind of tried to simplify committees, make them more efficient and more relevant, and have a greater understanding what those committees are and what they try to achieve. Happy to take any questions.
I mean, Nazar. Yeah.
So in your first slide, you mentioned the term AVPs. Like I'm assuming since the last motion didn't get passed, that's gonna stay commissioners, right? For
That's a housekeeping change. So I will make
okay,
that. Don't worry. Yeah, it's a housekeeping change I can make.
Oh man. Okay. Ask is VP Tamlin. I got 2 quick questions. First, you said debate timing reduced to 15 minutes. I just want to confirm that you're able to motion to extend after the 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Perfect. And the second one, e-vote motions can be reconsidered at the next session. I'm just wondering, is there a limit on how many times they can be reconsidered?
Yeah, so that would fall under like the rules of motions to reconsider. It can only happen once. But the exception there is like if it's approved via an e-vote, because the normal rules for reconsideration is you have to give notice, and then at the 3rd assembly it's reconsidered. So let's just make sure that if it's an e-vote, it can be reconsidered immediately afterwards. So we don't have that bureaucratic barrier.
Right, we're only going to be taking that question at this time. I apologize. Apologize. VP of Sunday?
Let it happen.
All right, I'll be taking one more question from President Olitis, and then we will be calling to question.
Thank you. Okay, there we go. Okay, thank you. I just have a question. In Part A, Section 1, with the composition of assembly, in Point 3, it mentions that in the case of dual majors, the primary degrees designation shall take precedence. I'm just hoping that you can expand on this and what this means for Art Sci.
Yeah, so great question. That's actually the wording from the previous policy as is. So what that means, like I'm a dual degree student, so I can speak to it. My primary designation is commerce. So I'm actually a member of the Commerce Society, and for assembly allocations, I only count towards the Commerce Society. I don't count towards ASIS. Do I think that should change? As someone who was the IT director of ASIS, yes. And I think that's a conversation that Assembly can have next year as it looks over the voting members' composition. But I didn't want to touch it because I think that falls in line with a larger conversation.
So it's going to continue into next year, like based
Yeah.
off of, okay.
That specific clause, yes, we'll tie in a bigger conversation.
All right, thank you for that. All right, I would be highly excited if we could get a motion to call to question, please. VP Asande. Motion to call to question. Beautiful. All right, all those in favor of passing motion. Motion 11. This motion clearly passes. All right, okay, two things. Number one, from now on, presentations are going to be limited to 5 minutes. I talked to a couple of people, a couple of the presenters, they all confirmed that would be completely okay. If you want a presentation longer than 5 minutes, you have to request that on behalf of Assembly. And then number two, VP of Sunday is going to be heading out very soon, and she has a very important motion to present to us, so I'm going to be moving that to right now. And that is the club's motion, motion 19.
Hi guys, sorry, we do need to head out to Toronto, so we will be driving into the night, and I do not drive, so we're not taking turns. I'm sleeping and Drayden is driving. So, oh my God. Huh? Okay, so this presentation is for the Changes Clubs policy. Okay. I submitted a presentation. You got it before 11 o'clock. Okay, anyway, so some of the changes that we made to clubs policy were the ratification timeline. So now clubs will go through ratification biannually instead of yearly. So this means that we'll split them up into 2 different cohorts. So instead of a club going through the ratification process every single year, they won't have to. Second thing as well is what we'll be seeing is now clubs will be expected to, for this year at least, submit all the ratification process, but we will not be ratifying them, quote unquote, because the ratification is carried over. We also this year added in a couple stops and checks in terms of the policy. Drayden already did all of this last year as clubs commissioner, but we just made it clearer and allowed for a little vagueness in the policy so clubs don't have to continue to look for it whenever the university makes a change to policy. The other change that we made as well was in terms of the financial audits that are expected from clubs. So typically, like, the financial audits is supposed to happen with 5 clubs. We would be hoping to increase that next year in the coming year as well. We've also asked that transition expectations are, like we took in the feedback that Silas had mentioned last assembly, that some clubs are hired versus some clubs having elections, and so we've implemented somewhat of a sliding scale into that. And then we also have, just for some key updates on clubs, we've reopened the Winter Experience Grant for clubs to apply to again, and we have the new clubs grant ready to go, as well as space allocation will open up on the 7th, so today. All of these will open up today once Assembly passes the changes to clubs policy. But yeah, I'm going to try and keep that really short so we can go.
Thank you. VP Asande, are there any questions at this time? I'll be taking a question from Josh from VP of COMSA.
I would propose that we amend the policy to say all clubs with 25 or more general members may optionally run an election for their incoming co-chairs or co-presidents. My reasoning behind this is we have a ton of clubs. Getting to 25 general members is actually not that high of a barrier of entry, and I'm not sure that the AMS wants to deal with the logistical might of having to force all of those clubs to run an election. If we're not going to go through the might of forcing them to run an election, why do we have policy that says they must if it's not going to be enforced? I think this has larger consequences than we considered, and that's why I would propose that amendment.
The other thing to add there is that general members are not technically defined, and that's something I would actually flag for next year's team to reevaluate and change. Because if general member is somebody who signed up to an email in some places and attends events in others, again, not a hill I'm willing to die on. We can make whatever changes you want.
So are you still in favor of that amendment, or? Okay, can I get a seconder for that amendment then? Okay, we have Jenna Hammer. Could you repeat that amendment, please?
All clubs with 25 or more general members and executives may conduct an election for the incoming co-chair / co-presidents. May optionally.
All in favor of that amendment, please raise your placard. All those opposed? All those who choose to abstain? Okay, this amendment clearly passes. Are there any other amendments or questions at this time? Silas?
I think I'm just slightly late on this one, but if you could explain this to me, if it's optional, why include it at all, I guess?
It wasn't supposed to be optional, but it's not a hill that I think I'm willing to die on. Doesn't really matter to me. I'm done with clubs at Queens. So whoever decides to do what can do that. I think the thought process behind this was that we've had times when clubs have come to us calling out unfairness in terms of the hiring process. I've received emails this year as well on that. And so this was an attempt to manage that before it has to come to our office. In terms of the scale of how members need to be elected or whether or not they will be elected, I think that to some extent, there is merit, even if you have 10 people in your club, to still run an election, because we do understand that there's bias there as well. And sometimes, yes, the club co-president understands what happens, but it's kind of the same thing with the AMS. Imagine how funny it would be if I was like, Alyssa, you be my incoming. But that's kind of the thought process behind that. In all the clubs I've been in, we've always run elections. It's worked out. But again, I'm not willing to argue on it.
All right.
I think Josh has something to say there.
How many? I just want to confirm. How many more questions do we have at this time? All right. Okay.
But I think you should respond.
I'll be very quick then. My only concern is that we're adding policy, but we're not really enforcing it. We don't have a setup to make sure that all these very small clubs are running elections, and so why are we mandating that they do it? Many clubs, I do realize that there are complaints, but many clubs are running well by hiring, and so I think changing the policy without one, talking to the clubs, and without two, having a clear plan for how we're actually going to enforce this is a reason why we shouldn't include it at this time, as well as the concerns of who is a general member also makes it even more sketchy in my opinion.
So we didn't make changes without consulting with clubs. We did consult with clubs. That's the first correction. Second thing to add on is, again, not a hill we're willing to die on. I think that these are conversations that next year's team, and Alyssa's right here, and she's paying attention to all of them, should be applying to their policy. In terms of the conversation on general managers or general members, right now, the way we work our club's policy, or the way club's policy works, is that you need 5 members and then 5 general members. That's so easy to find. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I have a club. And there's no sustainability there, and those clubs don't end up working. And so that's more of a burden on the commission. As somebody who stepped in as acting clubs commissioner, no, it doesn't work. It is a lot of work to put on a clubs commissioner. It's not about enforcement when you look at the fact that if we have policy and our clubs are aware of the fact that we are looking at that policy, they should be adhering to it. Also, in terms of ratification, all we have to do is change the form to say, what were your election results? And then they give us a Google form to show that they had that. But
all right, I'll be taking one more statement. Last statement, guys. Sorry.
Yeah, just from my time as clubs commissioner last year, I did get frequent amount of cases of people who felt that they were wrongfully hired or not wrong. They felt that someone else was wrongfully hired over them. So if anyone saw the article in Queen's Journal last year with QMP, I had to reinitiate the election and chair it. That was because of several members coming forward. And what we found was that the chair was actually unilaterally changing their constitution to make their hiring policy fit their prerogative. So the reason why we have elections is because there's a situation of the risk of clinginess. So the Constitution, as it says now, or for clubs' constitutions, it is permittable that they can make it into a hiring system, but it's innately an election system for larger clubs, so that it requires the co-chair to go through the process to actually get their constitution accepted with the hiring policy. That's kind of the legitimacy around that. For general members as well, it is important to define that only undergraduate students can be general members or SGPS members of the club.
Thank you. At this point, I'd be highly receptive to a call to question. President Rocky, call to question. All right. All those in favor of motion 19.
Before we call motion 19, can we please edit the edit that we just made? Is that possible?
Yes. We've already voted for with the amendment.
Okay, but can we make an amendment to that amendment?
No, I don't know if we have time for this discussion. At this point, we might. Secretary Garbidian.
Okay, point of order. We can amend an amendment, I think, firstly. So I think that is something that can be done. And also, I'm just a little concerned on why we're rushing through all these policies. I know it's 10 p.m., but we can extend assembly if we need to. And as much as I appreciate the time, staying on time, with the assembly, I think a lot of the changes have been things that we've been working on all year. And a lot of these things are contentious, and I think it's important to listen to assembly members and let them ask the questions to make sure they're comfortable with what they're voting on.
I agree.
Again, I think it's important that everyone has, we have the opportunity to go over all of these motions. At this current rate, we might not even be able to get all of these motions. And so seeing that this is our last assembly, I think it makes sense for us to somewhat speed up some of these motions at the very least, so that we can get more questions and people have the opportunity. And so, and that I will say at this point,
I don't disagree, but I think limiting a motion to amend an amendment when there might be willingness in the room to vote on it is a little unfair to the policy, because what we don't want is for the policy to fail because assembly wants to amend that amendment and to make sure they're comfortable voting on it.
Yeah, go for it.
Did call for a motion for a vote, and there was one that was accepted, and then the amendment came after that. So there was the motion to call this to order. So from my understanding, the steps were followed. The additional amendment should have came before the order to call.
I think if that was a rational argument, I would have been amenable to it, but I think limiting it because we don't have time for the motion to amend is on principle I disagree with.
I'm receptive to that. Are there other amendments that wish that? Yeah, let's make that second amendment.
Okay, so I agree with your points, Josh, and I was going to say that we instead just increase the limit for where we see the issue. What do you think is a reasonable number? I'm thinking 30 to 35, maybe 40. What are your thoughts? I like 40. 40? Okay, do we And I think that it's really important to capture that the changes that we made are not supposed to be an administrative burden to our clubs. It is not easy to run a club. It is not easy to manage a club's commission. I've seen both ends, and I understand how stressful that can be. The point with this was that we want less cases ending in Sylvie's office, and we want less cases in my inbox as well. So this is trying to preemptively solve that. I'm okay with 40. Does the rest of Assembly agree with 40? I mean, so right now, there are clubs that are duly ratified. Again, we went with edits to clubs policy that we felt were absolutely necessary. It was way too late in the year for us to start to capture the relationship with faculty societies and clubs, so we're not touching that. In terms of what you guys decide to do, our policy, if you are duly ratified, depends on how your club decides to see it. If your club is sitting with ASAS, ASAS doesn't have clubs. If commerce clubs are we want to work with the commerce system within our policy, fair.
Just a point for dual ratified clubs. I do not think that should be the club's discretion. Just because ComSoc has a very robust hiring policy, we don't do elections for our co-chairs. We solely do like a robust hiring process that is governed by our talent strategy team. If we leave this to the club's discretion, that can lead to hiring policy violations that my society would have to deal with. So if like, I don't know if this is even something that would be addressed here, but yeah.
Yeah, so just for clarification, the duly ratified situation is more so in the control of the club being ready to accept another set of policies. So when they have to come, if they're wanting to become duly ratified, they become ComSoc ratified first. If they're wanting to become AMS ratified, through the ratification process, we would have to review their constitution, and if it says an election that violates your own policy, that would be a flag in the system, like when we're reviewing that. But additionally, is that it's up to like that club if they want to gain duly ratified benefits to make sure they're complying with the additional policy they're about to put themselves under. But the club's commission is like purpose for ratification is to help make sure that that's all in compliance. Yep.
So when you're a club, like technically no, but technically yes. When your club agrees, what that means is when your club agrees to be AMS ratified, they agree to adopt our policy as well. No, AMS above Foxhall.
No, it's dual ratified, so it's not like a hierarchy. The question is if they
All right, I'd like to call to order, guys.
Guys, you know what? I'm so tired. Strike the section. It's fine. We don't have to go back and forth.
Let's hear this question from Helena.
I don't know if this is a possibility, but I feel like there's a lot of question, a lot of concern. I know you have to go. I don't feel comfortable rushing this kind of decision when it's affecting 300 clubs, I think, I was hearing. So I think, like, I know this is the last assembly, but I don't think we should rush this decision. So if there's a possibility to table it and they can do it at a summer assembly, if there's any other solution, maybe an e-vote, a time we can ask more questions, I just don't feel comfortable right now rushing it because clearly there's a lot going on.
I think that the other changes need to be maybe for the summer. So
Yeah.
I'm happy to strike this section and the incoming team picks it up if they want to, but the other changes need to go. So I'm trying with that.
Sorry?
If it's possible to
All right, thank you. All right, okay, well, seeing as the seconder and the mover have already like motioned to strike the question, there is no more motion. We can move on to motion.
No, we're just striking that one section of the policy about elections of clubs.
All right, okay, are there any motions currently on the floor? Josh? Motion to strike that section. All those seconder, all those in favor? This motion clearly passes.
Okay, now the actual motion.
All right, now voting on the actual motion, motion 19. All those in favor?
The
Motion
other
19,
changes on the policy.
with all the amendments.
Yeah, well, we already voted to strike it. Now you're voting on the actual policy.
All those in favor of motion 19? All those who are opposed? All those who choose to abstain? This motion clearly passes. Right. Is there a seconder for this motion? VP, or sorry, 5-minute break. Nazari. All those in favor of a 5-minute break? This motion clearly passes. We are on break for the next 5 minutes. Could we get? Thank you. We're going to be calling it back to order. If you guys could all get back to your seats, please. We can get started with assembly. Guys, if you guys could just grab a seat, please. We are calling to order. If everyone could grab a seat. Yeah. Primo. Okay, guys, if we could just call it to order, if everyone could quiet down. I do want to get assembly finished as soon as possible. I know you guys have exams. I know you guys are extremely tired, but this is the last assembly. And again, I don't want to rush through anything. So I do want to, make this as efficient as possible. So again, reminder, we are limiting each presentation to 5 minutes. This should allow us to elongate debate by just a bit. But again, guys, number 1, please do not put in multiple questions at the same time. Number 2, if you've, please try to listen to what other people are saying. If you've heard a question already, do not ask it again. I might have to actually use my authority and shut down some questions if I feel that they are being repeated. Again, I do want to be respectful of every single person's time here. And I think I have a question from, or point of order from Josh.
I would like to motion to move 20 to 29 to an e-vote. Yeah, I would like to move the ratifications to e-votes.
Would you be amendable to doing that just in person? Again, this is a very quick thing. I think we could just do that quickly in person right now. Yeah, and then we could do it all in, sorry, what was that term? Omnibus. Yeah, let's omnibus. No, well, I'll allow some questions, but are they already? So sorry. Let's just go then. Sorry? Okay. Are they already omnibus?
Yeah, okay. So for the ratification motions, just for clarities, they were always intended to be omnibus. If we need to move them to an e-vote, I think that's amendable, but I think that's fine. Really, I would assume it's an e-vote of assembly, not general assembly, because that would be ballot.
Yeah. All right, we're going to be moving on to motion 12 at this time, moved by Secretary Garbidian, seconded by President Rocky, and it is that the AMS Assembly approve the establishment of the civic system of the society, the changes to the elections and referenda policy, and adopt the civic engagement policy as presented. You guys have the floor.
Okay, I'll try to keep this to 5 minutes. So a couple of things, major term change from election team to include a civic system of the society and a civic affairs office. The reason for it is over and over we've seen we need to focus more on engagement with our members and amplifying their voices through the student democracy that we do enjoy. So having a system that kind of parallels and mirrors the judicial system of the society entrenches the autonomy of the elections team. And the people working in it, they are meant to always be free of interference from the executive board, assembly, anyone with a position of power, so they can make impartial decisions, moderate good and productive debate on campus, and make good rulings. So that's the purpose of having the rename is greater autonomy for the election team. We mostly mirrored it off the judicial system to make sure that is a separate process. Secondly, strengthening democracy and our commitment to it. In terms of key changes here, we took the election policy, split it in two. The major reason for it is it serves two different audiences. Half the policy is for my team and myself for enforcement. Half the policy is for candidates and people engaging with elections. So the part of it that engages with elections, so campaigning, nomination rules, debates, and policy infractions during the election season has been moved to the civic engagement policy. That is, the policy should be written, it's written with the students at large in mind. Its intended audience is the students that are participating in this process. The election referendum policy intended audience is myself and my team because it deals with how do we run the ballots, what kind of questions we can put on them, little things like that. So not too many differences. You'll see a lot of things that are striked that had been moved. The key changes here is
actually reducing the quorum for referendum questions. So currently to reach quorum, you need 20% voter turnout. I think what we've seen in the last couple of years is that we haven't met 20%. This has been feedback that we've consistently received from groups, especially those participating in the fall referendum. I think with good marketing next year, I do have confidence they can reach out to 15%. The other piece to it is SGPS quorum is 15%. I know there's an argument to be said we have more members, however, it is 15%, so it's proportional anyway. So number of people is I think on principle shouldn't really matter. The other major change is all triennial review groups will be going into fall, if approved, go into fall referendum as opposed to have some in the fall and winter. The reason behind it is because groups have been asking, is it fair for us to go into fall? I think to kind of end that conversation, all the triennial review groups, not the new ones, not the increasing ones, although all groups, because we can identify them as early as this April, give them a notification that they are planning for a marketing campaign come November. And to make sure that that is well planned and giving all groups time, we would be moving the fall referendum to start after reading week in the fall term. And then winter referendum would deal with the AMS executive elections, all new fees and all increasing fees. So any group that seeks to increase it would be given a chance to go in the winter, regardless of when they submit their application. All groups that want to continue their fees would go in the fall because we can pre-plan that and give them the notice and time to prepare for it as early as April in the summer. So that's the change for the election policy. For the civic engagement one, a couple major changes is adding a requirement, if you are participating in this process, you are expected to respond no less than 24 hours because it's election season to give people that space to disconnect. But within 36 hours, endorsement rules have also been loosened. So the only restriction is really assembly members, senior managers, senators, and executives of faculty societies, mostly what we currently had, but we just clarified those little lines that were causing some issues and confusion. Lastly, we added the CGO into the civic engagement policy as the complaint manager. What we saw we did reduce the hours for the CEO and CRO as a part of the restructure to make these roles more attractive and manageable for students taking a full-time course load. There is still a lot of work for them to do, so the CGO will now act as a support person during this process in taking of complaints. And then the other thing is we actually looked at the Western Student Union's policy on managing complaints, and they had a very nice way of assessing the severity and impact of complaints to guide their sanctioning. So we just thought having better frameworks increases transparency in decision making and also creates clear expectation. These are the things that are assessed for when we look for when an infraction takes place, just so people understand how decisions are being made. Happy to take questions.
All right, are there any questions on the floor at this time? All right, seeing as there are no questions, we will be voting on motion 12. All those in favor of motion 12, please raise your hand. All those opposed? All those who choose to abstain? This motion clearly passes. Right, we're going to be moving on to motion 13, moved by President Rocky and seconded by Secretary Garbidian, and it is that AMS Assembly approve the changes to the definition of membership in the Alma Mater Society. Secretary Garbidian.
Okay, this one is probably going to take more than 5 minutes, but it's important. It's important for us to give it its due time because it is important. So I'm just going to walk you through high level of the progress and how this issue came to our attention. So this really did start in May. There were questions about membership of the HSS online program that were brought forward to us. At the same time, I was getting a lot of questions about eligibility on who could opt in into membership, in the AMS. So for background, if you're not a full-time student and automatically assessed a fee, you have to intentionally opt in. So this has been something we've been working on throughout the entire year, trying to do research, understanding the university's jurisdiction and how fees are meant to be assessed. So in the summer, we were able to speak with the registrar's office and offer HSS online students the opportunity to opt in this year. That was just the solution for this year. I think that was the wording we used. And then after that, we've been on a little bit of a goose hunt to kind of figure out how to deal with this in the future, advocate for our members, and also what is our vision for the society. Throughout this process, we've done some consultations, but I'll get into them later.
I could say much of the focus at the beginning of this problem was just doing good research. We found most of the stuff we had on file was kind of taken at word. So the registrar and HSS were instrumental in making this happen.
Okay, so just for a high-level jurisdiction, because we found this out through the research that we did, but when it comes to membership and ancillary fees, there are actually multiple levels of accountability in like where policy comes from. So at the top level, we actually there are some ministry directions on how we manage the fees that result in the Queen's ancillary fee protocol, which the AMS is a signatory on, and that will be reviewed next year. So next year, Secretariat and President will have to work on that. And then that protocol kind of governs how fees are assessed. But at the same time, when it comes to our membership, that is within our purview. We as a society can determine who is or is not a member of the society. So they kind of work in tandem, where the ministry sets like certain guidelines where it's like, you can only approve increases through referendum, but when it comes to who's actually a member, that is within the purview of the society. So in terms of like, did you want to take this?
Yeah, the main issue is that we found that there was a growing discrepancy between how things were denoted on a registrar and an administrative process side that wasn't lining up with the way our processes worked. So as there's, in the direction Queens is going, the fact that online school and that distinction is only going to become a bigger part as Queens continues to research what continued education looks like and expanding on what used to be a more traditional school, we found that there was a growing difference in between what we have to offer versus what is there.
Yeah, and so kind of short notes version, the issue here is like we have students physically on campus that currently their membership in the society is unknown and undefined. And that bars them from key resources that we have access to. So I'll just kind of go into the policy and the issues there. So the Constitution currently says to be a member of the society, you need to be enrolled in at least one course and have paid all your mandatory AMS student activity fees in full or prorated, which means like full or like part of the fee. That language comes from like the policy that we have with the university's protocol, which again isn't reflected in here, which is part of the goose camp that we had to figure out is like, why are you saying this language? That's the first part. Secondly, it's like, it's pretty broad if you read it. It's like one course at the university. Like, what defines a course? What's the scope of that course? If you're a grad student, are you a member of it? Fun fact, up until a couple of years ago, we weren't an undergraduate student union because we had the MBA students as a part of the society. They were removed because they didn't submit 4 reports to assembly. But that's a side story there. But up until very recently, like there was no like clear understanding that we are the undergraduate student society because MBA students were part of the AMS. And that has been a change that's happened in the last couple of years.
I could say too, the wording of the policy where they say that somebody's a member if they've paid their mandatory AMS fee was a bit of a chicken and the egg problem because you can't pay your fee if you're not a member. So anyways.
Yeah. And in terms of like, I guess just to walk you through kind of like the high level of it, we have the membership aspect too, where it's like what program enrollment and course level makes you a member of the society, and then there's the fee aspect to it, and those are two different things. We define our membership. Fees have additional exemptions or restrictions that come down from the university and agreements we have with the university that are partially driven by our membership, but also partially driven with like a whole bunch of other things that exist that the AMS negotiates with the university on. And again, this is the language that currently exists in the agreement that we have in terms of like exemptions. So students over 65 or registered and part-time, what this means is like they're not automatically assessed the fee. Some of the people on that list can opt in. Some of them, there's been challenges about letting them opt in. So that's what we're trying to address here is like having that consistency and understanding who is a member and who are we going to advocate to be able to fully participate in the campus life that the Alma Mater Society offers its students.
Yeah, so what we're proposing is to just make it more clear of where our members are, where our jurisdiction lies, as at the end of the day, we're here to service students who are here on campus, and makes it more clear and removes a lot of those chicken and the egg problems we had before.
Yeah, so the first change, are we making sense so far, generally? I mean, I see you're confused. High level story, there are students on this campus can't opt in, what can we do about them? That's what we're trying to address here. So the first change that we're putting forward is actually defining when the Constitution says it's like you've paid in full or prorated basis, that's defined by all these agreements that we have with the university. So adding in language in the Constitution that says as like subject to the board's policy and student activity fees where all of this is housed. So that there is there's that clarity and separation between the two. That's the first one. The second one is redefining our membership. Again, the old language said if you're enrolled in any course on campus, you're a member. very unclear, very weird. Like we've had a lot of challenges in actually implementing it and like understand like what's one course. So what we're proposing defining it as is members of the society are those, first of all, who are not members of the SGPS. Because if you're enrolled in, like some SGPS students enroll in an undergraduate course, but you can't be dually in like both societies. So like getting that out of the way. The second piece to it, if you're enrolled in an undergraduate program at Queen's with a primary program delivery in person at the Kingston campus, the reason this is defined like strictly based on like program affiliation and registration, because we have students like on internships who may not physically be in Kingston, but we don't want this policy to restrict them from being able to be considered members and access the benefits that they would otherwise be entitled to. And then also, when we looked at kind of the history of the AMS, we've primarily been a society that's on campus. Our focus is on campus life. Other universities that we looked at have different associations for online students. At Queen's, we don't really have online students. We're primarily like focused in person. And there were like, when we were doing some of these consultations, there were a lot of questions that are like, oh, but if you're online, not in Kingston, why would you pay $300 for the ARC and $1,000 for all these services that you can't access? So the point here is like that we do primarily serve people on campus. The first one is the program affiliation. The second one is if you're enrolled in at least one undergraduate course delivered through an in-person format on the Kingston campus. So what that does, if you're physically in Kingston, you live here, you're taking a course, same as any of the rest of us are, we do believe that you should be able to opt in and participate in campus life. You know, there's like, people have a lot of opinions, but if you're on campus to the AMS, it should be no different than everyone else. Lastly, is adding a clause about like exceptions, because this is a new policy and we'd have to do a lot of advocacy to implement it. Making sure there's a clause like if we do need to approve exceptions, they need to be done in consultation with the president of the faculty society, who this is going to impact. Because to be a member of the society, you have to be like in like the FACSOG and the AMS. So for transparency, oversight, and consistency, making sure that if the AMS were to ever approve an exception, that would have to be done in consultation with the president. Our main goal here is like in case we didn't think about a specific situation that may impact a student so that we're able to address it, it would be implemented for 3 years, at the end of which the assembly should review it and clarify it. At that point, they would have experience in the implementation, experience with how it's been navigated with the university. So the time restrictions there are very intentional to trigger that review process in 3 years. But in the meantime, we do need to monitor this policy to make sure that it doesn't like impact a student unintentionally.
We find that this will also address the issue that there was a lack of consultation with FACSOX prior, which we hope to address it proactively. Again, a lot of this work was done in consultation with the university secretariat, who helped us maintain compliance. Didn't have much to comment. Registrar office is the administration portion of this, so we will have to advocate to them at the result of this to make sure that they can implement it. And we will continue to advocate and continue to align our membership with what our society has always stood for.
Yeah, and in terms of next steps, like what we're voting on here today is like whether we agree in principle that is who the members of the society are. There's a lot more background work that needs to be done with this ancillary fee protocol being reviewed next year, ensuring that it can be implemented with the registrar. So just to kind of sum up, what you're voting on is clarifying the jurisdiction. So it's like no one has to go through the goose hunt that we had to go on. It's like, oh, where's the policy and where's all this information? That's first. Secondly, if you agree in principle that students enrolled in your program primarily on campus are members, that's specifically to not impact internship students. And then lastly, if you're taking an in-person course on campus, you should be able to participate in campus life as the rest of us can. Happy to take questions.
Thank you. All right. I see that we have a question from Nico. Hand you over the mic.
Yeah, I want a clarification on just one thing, because I know we're talking a lot about what defines a member of the AMS, and if there's discussion about on campus and everything. But for students who are online, and for example, the AMS does have insurance, both dental and also health insurance. And again, I'm not sure if this is something that's related to the motion in question, but what about students who are online students and who are part of Queen's University and are also perhaps determined or relying on AMS health and dental insurances? I just want clarification on that, just because I'm not sure if that's something that is relevant to the motion or something that should be discussed.
Yeah, well, that's a great example of what our mandatory fee slate includes. And at the end of the day, our mandatory fee slate, which includes the insurance, the access to the ARC, the BUSSET program, is intended for on-campus students, and our insurance policies are set up to do the same. So this just reinforces the fact that we're a society to serve undergraduate student members on campus. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, and just to kind of add to it, it's like there were a lot of questions brought to us like throughout this process on like where do students live, whether our insurance can apply. There's a lot of these logistical questions, which is why we're like clarifying it. It's like if you're in Kingston, like we know you're here, you should be able to access our services and resources the same as any other student can. The other consideration here is that the way our fee slate is structured, it's $1,100 for most services that are actually in person. Like if you're online, not to say you don't benefit from it, but there's something to be said about it. In the long term, like other universities typically have like a different student union for our online students when they have that significant number. The other piece to it, if we were to start, because the other thing is like if you're a member, it's like usually you're automatically assessed if you're full-time, right? So we'd have to actually go out to the online students that are not in Kingston. Like we're not talking about students that are maybe an online program taking a course in person. We're talking about students that are fully online, not in Kingston. We'd actually have to ask them, do you even want to be a member of that society? But I think what we're trying to do here today is like make sure that we're setting up next year's executive team and for advocacy on the principles, because that policy is going into review and all coming into agreement on who is or isn't a member.
Thank you. All right, we're going to hear a question from Nina.
I can ask mine.
Yeah, in the meantime, we'll take a question from Amin.
Yeah, sure.
Hello.
I have a very quick question. It's specifically based on the wording you gave for the second one as well. So you mentioned the MBA students, they're not a part of the SGPS, right? And they're also not a part of the AMS technically as well.
They actually are a part of the SGPS, I think.
They are part of the SGPS?
They were transferred over, yeah.
Okay, so.
I don't think their bylaws reflect it, but like they've been assessed the fees.
Okay, because like, I don't know, I consider them to be like future commerce. So like, I also wanted to advocate for them as well. Like.
No. They left the AMS like a couple.
Long time ago, a couple
Actually, like a couple of years. I don't want to say it's that long.
So they're being represented as well, right? They have like a student government that represents them?
Yeah.
Okay, good. That was my question.
Thank you. All right, we're going to hear the question from Nina now.
Hi, everyone. I will keep this short, but I just want to take a moment as president of the Health Science Society this year to outline the impact that this motion will have on particularly the students that I represent. This is something that, as Sylvia and Owen outlined, I brought to them this summer as soon as I started my term, but it's also something that I think should be recognized, has been brought forth by, I believe, 3 presidents prior to me, which is the extent of the amount of presidents the HSS has ever had. And it's something that we've been advocating for over multiple years. Health Sciences is unique in that it offers both in-person and fully online delivery, and our online students are able to take in-person courses. And this means we hear directly from online students who are deeply engaged in the Queen's community, but are excluded from the most basic supports and services simply because their program was categorized as distance. It's also important to note that under the Health Science Society Constitution, online BHSC students are represented by me as their president, and I in fact had 2 dedicated online student representatives on my council this year who still had to jump through hoops in order to be considered AMS members, sorry. So I have a lot of stories from different students who've come forth and shared the pains that they've gone through, even though they are on campus, live in Kingston, attend in-person courses, and in some cases attend more in-person courses than students designated as in-person BHSC students, just to the nature of our program. So these students live here, they learn here, they contribute to our community, and they deserve to be seen as such. This motion is more than a formality, it's an opportunity to finally align our policies with the values of equity, inclusion, and fairness that we preach. So I urge all members of Assembly to vote with this in mind, as this is not just correcting an administrative oversight, it's affirming that every Queen student here deserves to belong. Thank you.
Are there any other statements at this time? Rector Boychuk-Hale.
Hello. Thank you, Speaker. I wanted to just make one point, and this will probably be something that the incomings will need to address, is to echo some of those previous comments. I've been a part of AMS Assembly for 3 years, and it keeps getting brought up, and I'd say that everyone I've spoken to, student leaders, understand exactly what you've been saying, and I think the barrier that we are facing is speaking to the administration and having that breakthrough. So regardless of where this motion goes, we need to be advocating to the university to allow this to happen, because it is this administrative burden, logistical nightmare, as they would probably describe it as. I've had many conversations with them over the last few years about it. So that's where I think we need to focus our efforts moving forward.
Yeah, I think great comment. I do think like next year, most of it will be focused on that relationship, especially as the protocol does go into review. But the language that we had in our constitution was causing some barriers and confusion, because membership is ultimately within our purview as a society. And it's like us amending the constitution, taking a position, this is what we believe in, and it will take advocacy, as the rector said. And that will be a priority for next year's incoming executive to work on, whether that's with the registrar's office, the protocol that we have, the staff policy. Like, there's a lot that needs to be done, but I think the first step here is like agreeing on principle, who are our members, and the importance of serving them on campus.
Happy to take that when we get there. Might not be my problem.
Right. I think we have a statement from the incoming HSS president, or question.
I haven't really been too involved in this conversation besides just hearing about it from the lower HSS end. I was just kind of curious, I don't know if this was addressed earlier in the wording, enrolled in at least one undergraduate course on campus. Is that annually, semesterally? How is that sort of determined?
Usually when fees are administered, it would be at the time of the fall semester, so.
Yeah, so actually they have 2 cycles. So it's like fee opt-ins happen in September based on your enrollment, and like usually if you're like enrolled all year, fall or winter, if you're enrolled in just one term in that term. But a lot of this stuff gets like elaborated on the staff policy, and it's like that's the stuff that we need to work with the university on. But it's like right now we did like in our research and like advocacy that we've been trying to do, find ourselves in a kind of a dead end where it's like we need to take this position so that we're able to go to the university and clarify these things.
So just like if students are asking me, should I be recommending that they're enrolling in at least one on-campus course in the summer enrollment? Like when they're enrolling in the summer for the fall and winter, basically. And then if they ask like, oh, what if I decide to take an online on-campus course, let's say like they get in November to like, I don't know, an online in-person course, does that affect their eligibility?
Yeah, so if they were online in September and they decide to like enroll in winter, like I think ideally, I mean there's a winter opt-in period that's managed at that point, so they can certainly go through the winter opt-in period. That's kind of like what I'm thinking of. Like they would have to go through the winter opt-in period.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or statements at this time? Right, seeing as there are none, we will now be voting on motion 13. All those in favor of motion 13, please raise your hand. All those opposed? All those who choose to abstain? This motion clearly passes.
Okay, so I'm going to go through this. Changes to the Constitution. Basically, long story short, it's a very confusing document, and the way it was structured is very confusing. Like, as someone who is supposed to know policy, I was confused reading it and trying to decipher what all these sections are and how they relate to each other. So most of the changes that you're seeing in it are either moving stuff around or adding sections and subsections to make it easier to read and tie things in together for greater clarity and organization in the Constitution. But I'm going to go through like high-level changes. So the first one is kind of defining the different systems that we have in the organization. So it's not only just a rule of like creating the civic system, so adding that in, but also defining like our legislative system and executive system. The main reason we do want to define these is because there has been a lot of inconsistencies in the Constitution about President's Caucus and how it relates to the executive. So up until 2015, the quote executive branch of the society was the government caucus. they moved it to PC, so summer assembly can be PC, because it used to be the commissioners were voting on motions in the summer and not like the president, which I think is a good change. But they did just literally change the word, which created like on principle, is that really describing what these different bodies do? I'd argue not. So what this does, firstly, clarify the executive system is actually the executive and the government council. That's for the society. Legislative system, obviously it's assembly, and then we have president's caucus and it reports. It's kind of like a second body, like in tandem with assembly. Judicial system, obviously JAO and JCOM, no changes there. And then civic system, it's like the civic affairs office, and in tandem with it, the council of order, because we found more collaboration in the internal affairs office, more conversations, keep the election team out of the judicial system for infractions. So that's our goal there. So each system will have a decision-making body and an advisory body that can form as like where conversations happen, how do we guide the system, what needs to take place in that system. So mostly changes there. Other thing, taking out the word caucus, because I think it's a really weird word, clarifying it's council as opposed to caucus, especially for decision-making like bodies, and also not to confuse it with clubs caucus, which is like, and then equity caucus and all these other times caucuses used. So like council is like a term, it's like if it's defined in the constitution, it makes decisions, or is an advisory body. Yeah, no, I think I had the same slide multiple times. Secondly is just adding clarifying the transition stuff. Like there was some inconsistencies on like in transition where it's like when we have incoming commissioners, they were saying it's like I think they said they were non-voting members, then that obviously comes with added responsibility, submitting reports and doing all these things. So clarifying when you're an incoming team, you're actually an ex officio of assembly, because we don't really track. Show up, don't show up, that's your transition. That's the incoming executive's job to enforce. And then just clarifying that the survey needs to happen in the winter to guide next year's advocacy. This is straight out of the procedures policy that we have that requires it. Hasn't really always been implemented, so like making sure it's in the constitution, so that it's something that happens. Last thing that an outgoing executive does for the incoming to support them in their summer planning. Other changes here is just a lot of it was just breaking down big blocks of text to like clarity. There was one clause here about like the money assigned to grant. That is actually like the jurisdiction there is like outsourced to selection committees. If it wasn't, we'd have to sit down and like review all the decisions. So just clarifying that jurisdiction. And then this one was, actually this came up in the summer. I think ASA's president was motioned for it. I thought it was brilliant. So I think adding it into the constitution for transparency. So if the secretary is making discretionary decisions about seating allocation, that should get ratified. That should not be something that the secretary does behind the scenes through email. So I think we did that this year. That was something we were very excited to do, like for transparency. But that should be an expectation moving forward. So assembly members know what is going on and decisions that are being made. Yeah, I can switch the wording here back to commissioners. But striking 2 clauses out, ordinary members, because we don't ask them to submit reports. Second was about like board appointing people to assembly, and they're non-voting members. Board can't appoint people to assembly on principle. We checked them with our lawyer. We don't need this clause for like anything related to the corporation. So we were striking it out because there's no responsibility there, and then it just literally doesn't make sense. And then clarifying that commissioners, their appointment is approved by assembly, consistent with how we define the term ratified in the policy. Lastly, this was a section on the removal of assembly members. Again, just renaming it back to suspensions. Like, we already went through it. I'm not going to like get into the details of it more. The one change here is like, is it on here? No, it isn't. But it's like if you're suspended, voting members, you still keep your other rights other than voting rights and responsibilities. Those two come hand in hand. The next one was clarifying summer assembly, because right now in the policy says it's president's caucus, and then assembly policy had a different definition and really confusing, and then it said president has full jurisdiction, but can you actually remove people? I don't think they would actually, but it's like technically they could have. So clarifying that assembly in the summer, there's that summer assembly, keeping those two separate from president's caucus for greater clarity, ensuring that observer members of assembly now have a seat on it and it's guaranteed, and it's not just the president's meeting like without anyone else. So just clarifying, like that is what our summer assembly is. President's caucus continues to kind of work from September to April in tandem to assembly, but just having those greater clarification, because a lot of people were confused this summer and they're like, so the summer assembly is this president's caucus, and then we get into September and they're like, so am I invited to president's caucus? Because they thought that's what summer assembly was. So mostly like just terminology changes for clarity in the future. This one, very consistent changes, try to align the two systems, enshrining their autonomy in the Constitution to protect it, enshrining that they are hired by, like, a member of the outgoing team is on that panel because they're autonomous members of the society, so there's like that bit of continuity from like incoming and outgoing working together. Clarifying JCOM hiring is the responsibility of the outgoing team. This was really something that I worked on last year with the Secretariat, and like we transitioned in this year too. As members of the Internal Affairs Office, you cannot hire the people that hold you accountable through JCOM. That is a conflict of interest, I think, to protect the integrity of the system. The Judicial Committee should not be hired by anyone who could potentially end up in front of the committee presenting any kind of case. So clarifying that should be happening as a part of the outgoing team for the incoming Internal Affairs team. Yeah, I think those are kind of the high-level changes there. Election, adding in the CEO and CRO just for clarity. Renaming Society General Meetings to General Assembly, because that gets really confusing with corporate general meetings. We've used the term General Assembly all year, and I think it's helped have that clarity. It's like, this is our assembly where everyone can vote, and then we have the corporate one, which is like a little different, that's managed by the corporation. Yeah, commissions, just clarifying the restructures as we did this year. It's like, assembly needs to support them. That has been the historical practice with commissions. Like, even when my office was actually commissioned like 10 years ago, they made it into an office 10 years. That's what we're celebrating this year. That went through assembly. That was a whole conversation that happened in assembly. So just clarifying those little things so there's greater clarity and understanding how these things operate, especially when it comes to the jurisdiction between board and assembly. And then lastly, for internal affairs, just clarifying what the office of the Secretariat is, because again, another terminology change, like term that's like confusing, because they're like, am I the Secretariat? Who's the Secretariat? What do I do? So mostly they're clarifying that it offers impartial and confidential advice to members, consistent, straight out of the University Secretariat's website. I've met with Rebecca a couple times, big fan. But so just clarifying that, like for the office of the Secretariat, the role it plays and the relationship it holds. Corporate ones, there was a line in there that said 10% adjustments of the budget need to go to assembly. When we created the Assembly Finance Committee, we put it in as 30 because 10% is too low and it becomes like an administrative bureaucratic barrier. The commission budgets will be overseen by the Assembly Finance Committee, but only when it's like 30% or more would need approval from Assembly. That's just to keep things efficient and less bureaucratic. And again, clarifying the different jurisdictions of the Assembly and corporate budgets in consultation with our Vice President of Operations. Yeah, and then internal affairs and OR2 were added in because in the correct place in the Constitution. External affairs, so those are changes that were presented by Emma earlier from the Committee of External Alignment. Most of it was just striking out little clauses that don't add up with our other policies, like with increasing fees for external organizations. And clarifying what 1 year actually means in terms of membership in an external organization. Faculty side is no major changes there. The one thing is we added the official colors for FICSA because it wasn't in there. COMSA is still missing. I tried to reach out and ask for their official colors so they can be officially recognized. Yeah. I didn't get them, so. So that'll have to be a change that happens next year. But FICSA was missing, so we added them in. And then the other one was just kind of adding be associated with a faculty or a school. This is consistent with clause 9.12, but I just didn't want there to be contradictions between the two because that would like technically disqualify ComSoc because it's School of like Computing. So just having that consistency and then referencing faculty and school, there's a Senate policy on that says exactly what those two things mean. So there should not be any confusion, and I added the reference to it at the bottom of the Constitution. Yeah, I think that's it. Happy to take any questions.
Are there no questions at this time? All right, seeing as there are no questions at this time, we will be voting on motion 14. All those in favor of motion 14, please raise your hand. All those opposed? All those who choose to abstain? This motion clearly passes.
This one's pretty short. Pretty short. Okay, so this one is ratification of the Charter of the Judicial Council. So the Judicial committee or council, I guess now, doesn't actually have a clear policy in terms of how it's governed and its rules of operation. So what I've been working on this year with Bella all year was like coming up with those rules, like clarifying how it's supposed to operate. So I'm just going to go through high level change. When it comes to the council's charter, it's like it's approved by JCOM because it mostly governs their operation, but it does need ratification by assembly. So any change that happens here on forward also needs to come back to assembly, so assembly knows what's going on. And like if they disagree with something, they can say, no, go back and take a look at this and come back to us with a new proposal. So what this does, simplify judicial policy so that it's not like there's a lot of little things in it, like open hearing stuff. That's operational stuff relating to JCOM outside of the judicial policy, so making that policy easier for people to navigate. The other really major change that we added is oversight hearings. So this has always been a part of JCOM's jurisdiction to oversee the Judicial Affairs Office and oversee elections and referenda. We didn't previously have any policy on how it's done. In the past 2 years, we have had oversight hearings when members of the Internal Affairs Office felt like they don't know how to tackle a situation. They need to go to JCOM, make sure that their decision-making is aligned with the best interests of the students. So clarifying what those are. The other piece to it is like clarifying when there are disputes or infractions committed by any of these offices or members, they go straight to an oversight hearing because they are directly accountable to JCOM, and JCOM can direct them to do the correct course of action. So this just adds another layer of accountability and an easy way to access oversight hearings to address any concerns that arise in the judicial or civic systems directly with the committee that's responsible for them. Yeah, I think that's it for like the high level stuff. Any questions?
All those in favor of motion 15? All those opposed? All those who choose to abstain? Motion 15 passes. Motion 16, Secretary Garbidian.
Okay, also going to be brief about this one. So the first one is changes to the judicial policy. Minor changes like clarifying language and moving things around. The biggest two changes were changing the settlement process for suspected policy infractions, mostly led by Bella, so appreciate her input here. But what used to be the policies, like with a suspected policy infraction, even if it's a case against an individual, a JCOM hearing was still expected to happen. Now, if you're just one person who's committed an infraction, taking responsibility and chose to settle the case, we felt that it would be adversarial to have that case go to JCOM and a bit intimidating for individual students. For group suspected policy infractions, that's still the expectation because in group cases are often more complex, and we need to have that oversight from JCOM to make sure settlements aren't being entered into that are in contradiction to the facts or like specific situation. So when there are settlements, that oversight happens for groups, but clarifying not for individuals to make this less adversarial. The other major change that we're introducing here is certain violations on contempt, abuse, and interference with the system. This was mostly led by experiences of members of the Judicial Affairs Office over the last 2 years where with a system that's like peer-led and peer-driven and trying to address misconduct, there have been instances where people we've interacted with haven't been the kindest and have tried to intimidate or mostly intimidate. Like I've been called names through some of these processes, and there's been like some really questionable things that have gone around, like people, all these weird tactics that have gone around. So like adding those like clauses about contempt to the system that can be escalated like through the case officer, secretariat, and then president in this specific situation so that we can continue to ensure that people working in the system have a good and positive experience and are protected from misconduct that they are trying to address. So the scope of it is very limited. It can only be initiated if like case officer feels like they're being intimidated. Like we go through a lot of trainings to be able to handle difficult situations and difficult conversations, but there have been times in the past 2 years where this has been really hard to go through, and some of the things that were said we couldn't address because we, like, last year I was a case officer, like, and like when you're investigating something, you can't really address something against you. So making sure there is that added level of accountability. Most of the language here is taken like straight out of the Code of Conduct, which has a very similar process, but it's limited to non-active misconduct cases. So we didn't have anything in our system that mirrors that, so we tried to do that. And the system operates independently from the executive and the society, but in instances where the members themselves are being put in a difficult situation, that would be when the president kind of steps in and, like, if they need to make sure that these issues can be addressed. Yeah, any questions?
All right, seeing as there are no questions at this time, we will be voting on motion 16. All those in favor of motion 16? please use your hand. All those opposed? All those who choose to abstain? Motion 16 clearly passes. All right. For motion 17, we were going to hear from Anne, but she's not here right now. She'll be back real quick. So we're going to be moving on to motion 18 in the meantime, which is going to involve a presentation from Jana. Right, and motion 18 is moved by Jana and seconded by Secretary Garbidian, and it is that AMS Assembly approve and adopt the equity policy of the Alma Mater Society.
Okay, so hi everyone. My name is Jana. So for those of you who haven't met, I'm the Social Issues Commissioner internal for the AMS. I am going, for the sake of everybody's sanity today, hopefully give you kind of a speedy high-level overview, and I'm happy to take any question. Okay, so what is this? So this is the AMS equity policy. So a little bit of a turning point that what we're doing and introducing today. This policy just ensures that equity is prioritized in every single aspect of the AMS as an organization and not just through the mandate of the SIC. So a little bit, why this policy, why now? I think for years the AMS has really just strived and to commit to equity, mainly through the Social Issues Commission, but it was all dependent on people. It was all dependent on the people you had in leadership. There was nothing that was really enforceable when you looked at this. And while there has been meaningful work that has continued to be done within the organization, a lot of our efforts have remained very vulnerable and sometimes even disappeared with turnover. So these strong programs relied on memory, and the governance side of the AMS sometimes tends to lack that. So we did have a lot of passion, but sometimes we were lacking that roadmap in a way. So this policy just is kind of a formal, enforceable, almost student-led framework that is embedding IEDIA into every level of the organization. So from hiring all the way to governance, from our services and even to executive oversight, it just ensures that student equity is no longer optional within the AMS, but required. So a little bit of the problem we're trying to solve with this is, let's be honest, we've all seen like equity faces a lot of barriers. Equity was often treated more of like a passion project rather than a governance priority, which in collaboration with the Secretariat, Sylvie, this year, that has not been the case, and I think we all are going to see immense improvements because of it. Students doing their work weren't always supported or recognized or protected, so those are things through the recognition policy, which we've embedded into this one. There was also just no consistency or continuity or even like clear expectations even at times. And the voices of the most impacted by AMS decisions, which were often marginalized and equity deserving students, were sometimes consulted and not really ever reimbursed through it. So that's kind of the problem, and this policy hopefully aims to solve some of these things. So what the policy does, it embeds IEDIA in every part of us. We formalize a lot of equity training through the HRO. We're mandating a lot of reports and feedback and goal planning. We are protecting student expertise through that consultations and ensuring they're compensated. And then we're also requiring every AMS entity to remain accountable to the equity promises they make. So this is the structure of the policy. A little bit of it goes through commitments, student affairs, society affairs, recognition policy, and then reporting and review. So what is the commitment? This is a little bit of part A. It's because we're built on values. A lot of the discussion that we even brought up through last assembly, that these are not just rules, but we're embedding a lot of cultural knowledge into the way that we look at equity and treat equity. A lot of this policy is grounded in the 7 grandfather teachings. This was done through extensive consultation with the OII and 4D. Those 7 teachings are love, respect, bravery, truth, honesty, humility, and wisdoms. They're really just the foundation of this policy and what makes sure this policy is always intended in proper light without needing to find the nuances of words. Okay, so what another huge thing that this policy has been doing is it's protecting a lot of the work that we've already done through equity town halls. For those of you who don't know, it went through a full restructure of how we used to treat it. They used to be Q&A, but when I came into my term, I found that people didn't really use it. but it was such a beautiful space for people to talk to senior leadership. And we did them into these focus style groups, and that was a lot better received. And formalizing that into something that then is looked at by the Equity Advisory Committee that was just approved through the new constitution will be something that will help us guide how we advocate for our students and ensure to prioritize our advocacy concerns. Also, equity-based program that the SIC has done for years, as well as throughout everyone, will now be cemented into things that students can expect and know that they have spaces for so long that they wanted, as well as just training for the AMS through the HRO. Ooh, okay. So recognition policy, we've talked about that in November, but we found that it made a lot more sense in the equity policy, even for oversight. And since the Equity Advisory Committee will always be the one to look at the annual report for it, ensures that, I'm not gonna go too into detail for it. I feel like we've talked about it so much this year. So once again, equity town halls, that was a huge thing that was also embedded into it and will be a cornerstone for the AMS on how we advocate and even go to senior leadership with student concerns. And then I guess the power of student reporting. This is where the AMS really steps up. We talk to just about every service and all the commissions to make sure that transparency is coming from within. If you didn't know, all of us create goal plans in the beginning of the year, and one of those goal plans includes an equity portion. It's the IEDIA. What we are trying to do with this is ensure that there is a progress report to it, as well as actual consultation and a central resource through the Social Issues Commission to continue that service and commission collaboration so that there's a little bit of that oversight there. SIC doesn't get any final say on anything. That's their executives and whoever they report to, but it is to formalize the SIC a little bit more as a resource. And then that advisory committee then looks at the progress reports and reports on it at the end of every year. So what does this mean? Everybody is going to champion IEDIA in the AMS, whether they like it or not, and I really hope they like it. Anti-bias training will be something that we make sure to ingrain into everybody. We've done it, but we'll do it even more. And then organizational adherence to IEDIA is now cemented into the grounding of the teachings that we've looked at today. And we're gonna be held accountable to the promises we make. So, what does this mean for students? And that's why you're voting on it today. Student voices will ensure to remain centralized in the way that we do everything, in the way that we do advocacy. Obviously, their lived experiences will be compensated through the recognition policy. Accountability is built in. They see what their student leaders are doing for them, what their elected and then appointed or even hired leaders are doing for them. And it makes sure that the AMS continues to lead by example and not hold themselves outside of that accountability loop. Perfect. Questions?
We have a question from VP Chowdhury.
Just two quick questions. Could we actually go back to one of the slides about the goal plans? Fantastic. My first question is just to confirm if this is an assembly policy, if this is under assembly's purview. Second, with the goal plans that senior managers make, there's like a section around IEDIA. Is the equity goal plan like revisiting this section? That's one of the parts. Would it be a completely separate goal plan? And I believe through the strategic planning committee, and Grisha, please correct me if I'm wrong, I think there's an idea to overhaul the goal plan as well. I'm wondering if that has been considered in this equity goal plan.
Oh, okay, it's working. So that has been considered, and we talked to all relevant parties in this scenario. It would be a separate plan that senior managers would then work on that are supplemented by the SIG. So it goes into a little bit more detail than those like 4 lines that we get on that goal plan. That's kind of how it's gonna go into there. It's not like, it's not that, for at least when we look at the corporation side, that isn't approved by assembly. The only thing that would continue to be approved by assembly is the commissioner sides of things, as well as the secretariat side of things, and orientation. But in terms of corporation, that would still be going through to board. And I know that that's in the strategic plan of that overhaul of the goal plans. So we've made sure to kind of consider those different things, because everybody is going, when we were talking to different people, everybody was looking at equity, we would ask such similar questions, but you would be shocked at how different every single person approached it, depending on where they sat under their umbrellas in the AMS. So we're trying to make sure that everybody gets that chance to reflect it in a way that is appropriate for them, and it isn't a hassle, but more kind of like a guidance. Does that answer? Did I answer everything?
Do you want a follow-up question? All right, sure.
So do you have an idea of like how long this goal plan would be and like maybe like a timeline for it as well? I might have missed that, but if you have a timeline, because I like know this is going to the advisory committee. So is it approved by the board for the corporation and then provided to the advisory committee?
The only thing that goes to the advisory committee is the progress reports that will then just kind of like take a look at everything that everyone's done and help create a final report that's kind of an AMS equity report at the end of every assembly. They're not in charge of kind of approving people's goal plans. That plan would be like up to every manager and kind of how they want to go ahead with it, probably around a page long, nothing too extenuous.
Right, our next question I'm going to be taking from our commissioner, or our communications director, Kat.
Hey, I just want to echo Ian's questions about the goal plan, especially because I know it was mentioned potentially a sustainability goal plan as well. So I just want to flag that if we get too many goal plans at once, I think it kind of slows down the work that the offices, commissions, and service head managers can get straight to during their already lengthy transition period, as well as an equity progress report. I would just flag a certain timeline for that, because really at the end of the semester, at the end of the term, you're kind of like pulling teeth for people to get stuff from you from senior managers. So if you're collecting that information, and that information has to be delivered into like the transitioning team that's incoming, like the person writes, so like I'm thinking about the annual report, it's really difficult to hold people accountable to collect that information. So if you want to use that information for whether it's like data collection or helping like spearhead stuff for the incoming team, I would just really caution that heavy part of like, you can't always rely on the end of the team to deliver that.
Yeah, I think that's also fair, and I think that that's something we really took into consideration while writing this, and that's why we're making sure that those timelines are set in consultation with the exec through the SIC, so it makes sure that everybody's capacities is considered while we're doing something like this, so we're not creating a hindrance, but rather hopefully something that's a little bit productive.
Thank you. Are there any other questions at this time? We have a question from Hayden.
Hi. So I wrote a goal plan this year, and it was heavily implied to me that IEDIA needed to be a part of that. In my goal plan, it comes up 11 separate times. And so I worry by mandating something like that, it takes away from what should be an earnest attempt to include IEDIA in like everything that we do. So I worry by making it like a really like rigid part of it, you're gonna get more pushback than you would if you incentivized it. So
I think that's fair. And even in terms of the media center, we even worked together at the beginning of this year, and that's the thing. And that's the thing. Like, everybody takes at this at a different angle. Everybody looks at their, like, that's why we kind of wanted to start something in this. We know that that is already a part of the goal plan, so we're not trying to add any extra work. We're just making sure that there's continuous thought into it. Hopefully, through everything else that's going into this policy and through the way that we're hoping to embed it into everyone's way of thought, this doesn't need to exist for much longer. This is just ensuring that we are starting to step in those directions.
Our Secretariat, Sylvie.
Not so much as a question, but more so clarification, because I think this will also come up with the sustainability policy. The use of the word goal plan here is like, it is very meant well to very well intended to be integrated with the initial goal plans every service office and commission does. The main takeaway and point of this, like when I was having these conversations with like our board chair and like Janet, is that final annual report where it's like whatever goals you set, there needs to be kind of like that check-in at some point. It's like, what have you implemented? And then that reporting back, these are all the initiatives that have taken place within the AMS to advance our commitment to equity. So the main point here isn't the logistical, like you have to fill out this form or do this X, Y, and Z. It's more so like that's something that's embedded in the planning for that office, commission, or service. And then the point here is to report on it. It's like these are all the things that have taken place.
Can we call the question?
Is there anyone who wants to call the question? Josh. All right, we will be voting on this motion then.
Sorry.
All right. All those in favor of motion 18, please raise your hand. All those opposed? All those who choose to abstain? This motion clearly passes. All right, we will be moving back to motion 17, which includes a policy or a presentation from Anne. It is that the AMS Assembly approve the sustainability policy of the Alma Mater Society.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Anne, and I'm here to present to you guys the sustainability policy, which I've been working on over this year. And yeah, just kind of speak a little bit about it quickly. Do you want to time me or something? Or? Okay, sure. I'll try my best to keep it brief. Okay, so the sustainability policy. First off, introduction to the CES. Again, you know me. I'm here at the AMS, and I advocate on all kinds of environmental issues related to student government, and just ensure that like it's part of our portfolio, ensure that like someone in the student government is caring about environmental sustainability, engaging students on it, so on and so forth, providing funding for students, all those different things. So why do we need a sustainability policy? I think it's because, honestly, the AMS is just a very large and resource-intensive organization, and we need to start thinking about the kind of impact that we have on students and how we manage our resources. Specifically, from 2023 to 2024, we had over 500 paid staff, or something around that, over $17 million in revenue. That is a lot of money, a lot of people that we oversee, and I think we have a responsibility to be using those resources carefully and thinking about how we impact the world around us and making sure that it like aligns with our principles, right? Obviously, you know, as a student government, as a nonprofit, I think we are all very much oriented towards the betterment of society, which is a great thing. But I'm sure we can all agree on like certain principles that we should probably uphold in regards to like ethical and responsible decision making. And I think it's just helpful to have a policy that will guide those operations and ensure that when we're making choices, we're making them in a way that aligns with our intended impact, which is, you know, like to preserve the planet, preserve the environment, ensure that we're not maybe partnering with unethical businesses, stuff like that. So the solution really is the sustainability policy. This policy applies to the AMS internally, so not necessarily to any FACSOCs, except for like, you know, where the AMS interacts with them. It is non-binding, so it is kind of done by the senior managers of the AMS, and then Assembly has purview over it, but it's not like strictly like, oh, if you don't meet this part of the policy, you're going to get punished or anything. It's mainly a method of accountability. So the purpose of it is to set standards and expectations that we should be working towards year after year. These are not like rigid goals. It's not like, oh, if you don't, I don't know, decrease your waste or whatever by 10%, you're gonna get like some kind of penalty against you or anything like that. It's about you being able to set your own goals and then just continually working towards those goals year after year. And then, yeah, so like I talked about earlier, it's overseen by Assembly, and it's limited by the board of directors on the corporation. And so the board of directors can kind of reference this policy as like maybe a guiding thing as a part of their strategic vision. But you know, like board is independent, it can make its financial corporate decisions on its own. But you know, it is advised to consult this policy and to consult the CES, especially when it's making decisions related to you know, like ESG type stuff, to hopefully make sure that our financial and corporate decisions decisions in the future also take into account sustainability as well as our economic priorities. So just briefly going over how this was developed, I conducted consultations with all the different senior managers of the AMS, the board of directors, a bunch of perm staff, especially as they relate to like our management of different resources, physical spaces on campus, different like environmental and sustainability like commissioners or managers or whatever titles you might have for them in various FACSOCs. As well as Queen's facilities staff, again, very important when it comes to managing our physical spaces because we don't own a lot of the spaces that we work in, we rent them and things like that. Indigenous groups as well to inform kind of how this policy will intersect with Indigenous perspectives on sustainability and on the environment, as well as different environmental clubs as well. And then additionally, kind of the framework that I took for this as well, recommended by the Office of Indigenous Initiatives, is this 4Rs framework. It was originally designed for promoting equity in higher education for Indigenous communities and individuals. And so it has these 4Rs: respect, relevance, reciprocity, and responsibility. So additionally in the policy, we also kind of talk about how we've made the sustainability commitments that we've made relevant to Indigenous communities and relevant to these 4Rs as they apply to Indigenous communities, considering kind of the unique relationship that many Indigenous people have with the environment and how colonialism has both contributed to the degradation of the environment as well as many harms towards Indigenous communities. So I'll also just quickly kind of give a brief overview of the parts of this policy. Again, you can read the document yourself and follow along. So we start with Part A, which is AMS-wide commitments. It starts out with setting out certain principles and responsibilities. These are basically like fundamental beliefs that we believe in as an organization. So, like we believe climate change is real. We believe we should be doing our part to be sustainable, to manage our resources sustainably, all that kind of stuff. Then some guidelines for recognizing ethical partnerships. This comes with whenever, obviously we have to collaborate with a lot of external groups whenever we are doing business, whenever we are working with other people in the community. And we want to try to maybe have some guidelines for how we can determine if a partner is ethical and then try to move towards partnerships that are more ethical. Just ideally because we want to limit, whenever we can, our interactions with and the degree to which we depend on maybe suppliers or contractors or anything else like that that are not really respecting human or environmental rights. We have a section on procurement, so that's kind of like when it comes to, I think in particular for things like the services, but just for any part of the AMS, you obviously have to buy stuff, have to buy certain supplies and acquire them to run your parts of the AMS, so we just want to make sure your consumption is being thoughtful, that the way you're purchasing these things is thoughtful, you're thinking about where you're getting them from, where you're going to use these things, where they're going to go when you are done with them and they go to the waste. Facilities, so standards for management of our physical spaces. A lot of this is going to be done in collaboration with Queen's facilities because they actually oversee the buildings that we work in. But things like managing waste, water, energy, retrofits and developments in case we ever want to improve our buildings. Then advocacy, so outlining our position on certain environmental advocacy topics. And just kind of building that all into policy ensures that this is kind of embedded in the AMS in a durable manner. So in the future, we know this is our stance on these different things. These are our responsibilities we have in these certain sections. Part B mainly just applies to my commission. It's kind of more CES specific commitments. So it talks about my mandate and how this policy fits into my mandate. This section on kind of ensuring that we are always giving out grants and financial support and recognition and compensation for environmental activism led by students through awards and grants, ensuring that we are always engaging in educational and student engagement activities on the environment, and supporting the executive in decision making for sustainability. So the executive often, because they are leaders, they oversee a lot of important decisions, and we want to make sure that they are considering or balancing environmental priorities against all the other priorities that they have, considering if their decisions may be having, disproportionate harm on something like that, those kinds of things. So this is more focused on my commission. It mainly applies to my commission. And then some more sections that are mainly just relevant to me. The purpose of putting things like the Sustainable Event Certificate, the Environmental Coalition, the Environmental Clubs Caucus into this policy is again to embed them in a durable manner in the AMS. So in the future we can say, well, the CES always has to run something like the Sustainable Event Certificate, so that way there can always be a resource for people on campus who want to plan events sustainably, because it's a resource that we should always offer, and it's put in policy, we should always be offering it. Janet kind of talked about this earlier, of course, but from year to year, the different priorities of commissioners may change, may waver, and so it's really hard to have consistent movement and progress on a certain topic. So we wanted to take certain things and be okay, our commission should always whenever, you know, barring any other exceptional circumstances, be doing these things. We have it in policy, so that way they are going to be there in the future. And then mainly, the way that these goals are going to be met and held accountable is that senior managers are going to be completing a sustainability goal plan. This, I think, might have been included in the assembly appendix. It looks kind of like your regular goal plans. It's just kind of sectioned off into different sections related to sustainability. Senior managers complete this along with their regular goal plans, along with Jana's equity goal plan at the beginning of every year. You can choose whatever goals you want to put in your goal plan because you are the expert on your commission/office/service. But it's just like the CES is going to maybe they can provide advice on what goals to set, they can help you meet those goals, all those things. So the CES is going to become more of an internally kind of consultative body that can help the senior managers set their own goals and then help the senior managers meet those goals. My goal with the sustainability policy is not to add towards your administrative burden, not to make you fill out another form, make you fill out another goal plan, but for you to like set your own goals and to meet gaps that you already see in your service. Because I'm sure you maybe, or not service, office, commission, whatever, because I'm sure you already see some, and you see some things where it's like, maybe we could be more sustainable about this, maybe we could be buying less stickers, maybe we could be saving money and also saving resources on a certain thing. And so I really just want you to be able to set those goals, because you know your commission/office/service, whatever, best, and the CES can just kind of facilitate that process. And then senior managers will provide just progress reports on the progress of fulfilling their own self-set sustainability goals in December and in April assembly. And then the Commissioner of Environmental Sustainability, they'll just provide those reports to the Commissioner of Environmental Sustainability, and the Commissioner will present those, like kind of like a summarized version of those reports at assembly. And so basically you guys are all reporting to the CES, and then the CES just kind of delivers those to assembly, and the CS is also responsible for helping senior managers meet those goals as well. So you can really see how I've tried to build in like a thorough support process and making the main accountability mechanism be just transparency. So you are reporting to the CS reports to assembly, and then all of this is publicly released so anyone else can read it. There's no like kind of punishment if you don't fulfill a goal or anything like that. Again, it's all self-motivated, all self-set. You just work towards what you can. And then also some services, we've included some additional reporting goals for the provision of goods and services. So what I mean by that is if you go to the very end of the policy, like Part F, Section 2, for some services such as co-grow, such as Cry-Color, which are a little bit more resource intensive, I also just included some additional goals on like, for example, trying to widen your selection of goods and services and products that you offer to offer more sustainable options. So like, I don't know, like vegan or vegetarian options at co-grow that are maybe a little bit more low carbon. And then maybe providing some more information on like how your ingredients, how your different components of your products are sourced as well for transparency. I'm almost done. Okay, so what are the benefits of passing this policy? First one is that now the AMS has a method of accountability for ensuring that it's going to be sustainable in the future, it's going to use its money and its personnel responsibility, we're going to be impacting the planet in a positive way. Second of all, the sustainability policy, it's non-binding, it's flexible, you can set your own goals. I'm not trying to like police you with this policy. I want you to be able to set your own goals and have the freedom to choose what you want to work on. It's just the CES will support you in that. It also, yeah, like I just kind of talked about this, but yeah, then the CES serves as a resource for all the different senior managers and can help you set and meet your goals. And then also the policy includes perspectives of the indigenous communities and ensures that their worldviews are kind of built into the policy as well to ensure that we're also thinking about the connection between colonialism and environmental destruction. Okay, that is my summary. Thank you for listening. Any questions? Yes.
I think there's a comment from the seconder.
Okay. Yeah, I just kind of wanted to clarify the jurisdiction between board and assembly with this respect. Garisha, the board chair, and myself worked extensively with Anne on this to make sure that it's very clear. So for members of assembly, I just want to kind of reaffirm where that distinction lies. Firstly, the policy, when it comes to the commitment, recognizes there are certain things within our purview. There's usually a lot more that isn't, especially when it comes to like facilities or spaces. So the commitment here is like the way the policy is phrased. It's like we are recognizing what we believe is sustainable with respect to specific areas. And sometimes the commitment is to advocate. Sometimes the commitment is through a goal plan. So I just wanted to be super clear. The way it's written is actually more positional like it's a position, like we're taking a position on a couple of these things as opposed to saying this is what we will be doing, because sometimes it's a commitment to advocate with respect to that. The second point I wanted to clarify is with respect to the goal plan. I think same with the equity one, it's intended to be integrated fully into goal planning. Like the goal plan is being made in the summer, it's not supposed to add any additional burden, and it is meant to be approved by the executive before it's like goes forward. Same as the equity one, the major goal here is like that reporting that happens at the end of the year, and then also being explicitly clear that this policy and how it impacts the corporation is fully within the corporation's purview. This is meant to guide and like have a standard of like what is our position, which assembly can agree on, but how it's implemented is like it's very clear in the policy, like it is within board's purview. I don't know if you wanted to add anything to that.
No, I think you captured it pretty well. I think the last thing that I will add is that it's very much like a commitment, but as aforementioned, anything that is fiduciary or financial in nature is up to the purview of board to be able to enact in a way that is compliant with, you know, various facilities and processes already in place. The other thing that we acknowledge, and that was kind of top of mind as we were consulting with Anne about this policy, is the fact that sustainability is already a massive sort of consideration for the people within our corporation. So we want to give credence to the processes that are already in place while acknowledging and fortifying sort of our position on sustainability as a key tenet of the AMS.
Thank you, Garisha. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this motion? Any questions, comments? All right. Seeing as there are no questions or comments at this time, we will be voting on motion. On motion 17, all those in favor of motion 17, please raise your hand. All those who are opposed, all those who choose to abstain, this motion clearly passes. All right, we already touched on motion 19 earlier, so we are going to be moving on to the next four motions. Sorry? Yeah, you just leave that. Motion 20 to motion 23. And I'm just going to read it out loud. And it's moved by Alyssa and seconded by... Oh. That the AMS Assembly ratify Ali Al-Safadi as Commissioner of Campus Affairs for the 2025-2026 academic year, that the AMS Assembly ratify Brooke Schmidt as Commissioner of Environmental Sustainability for the 2025-26 academic year, that the AMS Assembly ratify Edward Tsai as Commissioner of Social Issues Internal for the 2025-26 academic year, that the AMS Assembly ratify Adlira Balaj as Commissioner of External Affairs for the 2025-26 academic year. Are there any questions at this point pertaining to any of these commissioners or these incoming commissioners? All right, seeing as there are no questions at this time, just one more. We will be voting on motion 20 to 23. Sorry. There are no questions, right? No? All right, seeing as there are no questions at this time, we'll be voting on motion 20 to 23. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those who choose to abstain. All those who oppose. Yeah, this motion clearly passes. Congratulations. All right, similar for motion 24 to 27, moved by Jana Amir and seconded by the following, is that the AMS Assembly ratify Bella Kidatsol as judicial, did I get that right? As judicial case manager for the 2025-26 academic year, that the AMS Assembly ratify Vidhi Patel as judicial disputes manager for the 2025-26 academic year, that the AMS Assembly ratify Sunaina Valamkonda as Chief Governance Officer for the 2025-26 academic year, that the AMS Assembly ratify Elizabeth Square Fisher as Chief Electoral Officer for the 2025-26 academic year. Are there any questions, comments pertaining to specific one of these people? All right, seeing as there are no questions or comments, we will now be voting on motion 24 to 27. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed? All those who choose to abstain. This motion clearly passes. Are you going to speak for this one? Oh, beautiful. All right, motion 28 to 29. Again, similar story, Judicial Council, moved by Secretary Garbidian, seconded by Emma Capstick. And it is that the AMS Assembly ratify Karina Haverluck, Nursing, Richard Violo, Science, Jackson Heckenberg, Health Sci, Alicia Daya Arts, to the Judicial Council for the 2025-26 academic year. Secondly, that the AMS Assembly ratify Ariana Milan Bennett as Judicial Council Chair for the 2025-26 academic year. Are there any questions or concerns relating to any of these motions? Yeah?
So hiring is reopened for the other ones, so we will be attempting to have, like, I think engineering, commerce are missing, so the goal is to have them. We didn't have any applicants in this round, so we reopened it, yeah. Yeah, so we are gonna like open it now to just to promote it if we do get applicants, and then if not, like that will be pushed for later.
All right, are there any other questions at this time? Seeing as there are no other questions, all those in favor of motion 28 to 29, please raise your hand. All those opposed? All those who choose to abstain? These motions clearly pass. Right, do we want to do all the discussion period questions? All right, we're going to do this really, really quickly. Silly promise she's going to keep this to a maximum of 5 minutes for the next topics.
Okay, these are mostly reports, not really discussion, but like there's just to keep it open-ended. So first one is the Simply Voting report. You guys rolling my eyes at me, this cost us $8,000. So I think this is very much of interest to your members. So a major goal that we identified earlier this year was reviewing the Simply Voting platform and the costs associated with it. So currently, like I said, it costs us upwards to $8,000. So an extensive review has been happening with the chief returning officer in terms of what our alternatives are. We looked at like preliminary stuff. Should we do it on Google Form? That's a joke, but like that was one of the alternatives we looked at. One of the universities has like their own voting platform on GitHub that they do, which are CROs that like could be a cool opportunity for engineering students. Just point of order. Thank you. So they said that it would be a good opportunity for engineering students to explore. But really what we came down to was comparing Simply Voting to this other platform called eBallot. And this is just like a high level difference between the two platforms. For background, Simply Voting the last time it was reviewed was, I'm sorry, can you, like I'm trying to present a report and you're very distracted at the front.
Jenna. Sorry, apologies guys.
Okay. Let me just finish. Yeah. Okay. So the last time this platform was reviewed was 10 years ago. The final approval rests with like the IT steering committee that we have, but we did want to just give Assembly a heads up on like what we're looking at right now. So it's Simply Voting. The cost is almost $8,000. It connects with Community Secure, and it's a Canadian company. When we compared it to eBallot, we found most of the security was very similar, like in terms of audit logs, like what admins have done, what like the ballots, how we structure them, like all of this is logged internally, like for how we create the ballots. It's the same for both platforms. We didn't find differences in terms of security, but the differences existed in were more so from like the features that are available from both platforms. So on eBallot, you have the option of anonymous and non-anonymous voting, which to us initially were like, what if someone forgets to like check mark it's anonymous? Like that is an important feature of our election, so we'd have to build in internal checks and balances to make sure that happens. But there are some benefits to it if it's non-anonymous, because we can start using this for assembly e-votes, board e-votes, and like other voting mechanisms where it's not anonymous and we need to know who's voting and how they're voting. So there's that major difference. Rated voting is a thing which could be a possibility because like today we had to do a plurality for a corporate meeting because Alyssa gets 2 votes. But if like we did have weighted voting, we potentially could have had a ranked question and prevented all the 3 ballots. But unfortunately, that's not something Simply Voting offers us. The other kind of difference is with e-ballot, you can only send out one mass email, which I don't think is going to be a problem at all. And it's like $0.02 per voter per follow-up email. And then the major difference between the two, given that they're very similar, is e-ballot actually only costs $2,500 in American dollars. So when we compare it to Simply Voting, it's a significantly less cost, generally the same features that it offers. And same security features for the most part. The other major difference is in terms of the counting method. So on Simply Voting, there is a board account option, which is like, let's say you have 4 candidates, you rank them. The first candidate gets 4 points and then 3, 2, 1. Some faculty societies use board accounts. We, for our elections, use single transferable vote, which is also available through e-ballot. I guess that would be like we can check in with the FactSocs that you do use board account if that's something they feel very strongly about, because if we were to move to e-ballot, we would lose that feature. But comparing to the cost consideration, I think there is a decision and like things to balance from like a cost benefit perspective. Yeah, that's kind of the high level update. Happy to take any questions at this point.
Alex?
Hi, Alex, student director. My main question and kind of concern, just with everything going on in the States with eBallot being an American company, would the Secretariat's office feel comfortable with everything going on right now with data of Canadian students and us being a Canadian institution being held in the States, giving them like more information about us?
Yeah, so that's a great question. I did have a lot of internal consultations about it with people that understand security and data management better than I do. So eBallot actually offers an option where we can store the data in Canada, which makes us exempt from whatever laws that they have in the United States. So if we were to move to eBallot, that would be something our IT department works with them to make sure the data is stored in Canada. The other consideration here is the data that they get is actually not that much. Like the only thing that we upload into Simply Voting is your name, your email, your net ID. We don't upload anything else into it, and most of this information is like public on the university. But to answer your question, there is an option to move it to like the Canadian store. I can't comment on like would the Secretariat's office be comfortable with what's going on. I think that's beyond like what my position is. But in terms of the security considerations, that is something that would be reviewed extensively by our IT steering committee.
Thank you. Do you want to pass are there any other questions or comments at this time? All right, seeing as there are no other questions or comments at this time, we do have 2 more discussion topics. Do you want to touch?
Yeah, I can do the next one. Owen, did you want to
be able to finish within the next 5 minutes?
Yeah. It's a verbal
Do
report.
you want to do it or no? No? Okay. Here. I want to do it. 2 minutes. Because there's one more that we need to do. I'd rather do the other. I did it. Huh? You don't want to do it? All right. Let me just ask Assembly if they want to. We have 2 more topics of discussion. I'm just going to go over each of them individually. Do you guys care to discuss report of the General Assembly Review Committee? All those in favor? Okay. There seems to be none. Okay.
I feel very appreciative, but I don't really object to the decision.
All right, there is one more topic of discussion, and that is and this is presented by a student by Nico Brassett Duke, and it reads, does the undergraduate student body feel confident about the direction and leadership of the university's senior administrators, more specifically the provost and vice president academic, Dr. Matthew Evans, and Queen's principal, Dr. Patrick Dean? Would you guys like to speak on this motion? If you do, it would likely, sorry, this discussion topic. Sorry, I have a point from Amin.
Sure, I actually have a meeting with the provost on Thursday at 2:30. So what's set here, I'm going to take into consideration.
Well, taking that into consideration, are you guys interested in talking about this topic? All right, do you want to speak here?
Sorry, yeah. 6 minutes? Can I? Okay, I'm going to make this really quick because obviously I understand we've all been, some of you guys have been here since 6 p.m., so I understand that a lot of us are extremely tired. So I'm going to make this more of a statement, but feel free for anyone who's willing to talk about this sort of stuff. Go ahead if you would like to. But I raised this discussion point more with the intention of a few undergraduate students being here, but considering how long this assembly has been going on, I'm going to be switching it to more into a statement. But I just wish to open up the discussion topic regarding the confidence and leadership in that our undergraduate student body have in our student leadership, our senior leadership. There's been some concerns raised up to me in relation to our provost and vice president academic and his previous history among different academic institutions. To start off, during his time in the University of Esther in 2009, he left due to allegations of expense fraud and being heavily involved with the closing of the chemistry department. Then after that, he was hired as the head of school biology and chemical sciences by Queen's Mary University in London, the United Kingdom, in which he automatically proceeded to fire large numbers of professors, in which essentially killed the research and publication capability of Queen's Mary's University and harming the university's reputation for many more years to come. After that, he was going to Hong Kong as a dean of science in the University of Hong Kong. Students immediately raised concerns and organized, especially after the elimination of the astronomy program. And only after Hong Kong, he became the provost of the University of the United Arab Emirates, a country that's famous for anti-2S LGBTQIA laws and not well known for its freedom of press. And these concerns are also raised once again due to the senior administration's refusal to be in last assembly. And this is also something that had happened during my very first assembly too, which was January 2024, if I remember correctly. And so along that, I do have a small message from a few undergraduate students to the upcoming AMS executive team. I'm just going to read it because I have to get it, and I have 2 minutes, so I'll be very, very quick. But it says here, to the incoming AMS executives to use their power to counter austerity measures that harm our education and the prestige of the university. We need a provost who understands the value of education and not just about making extra money. We need an AMS who advocates on behalf of the student population for what is best for us, and what is best for us is not supersized classes, overworked instructors, and dragging on labor strikes at our expense. That's all I basically have to say, to be honest, and since I have to graduate in the next few days, I'll be leaving that to the next AMS executive team alongside all the student leaders who are still here. So I see a few familiar faces for next year. So just keep in mind that you guys are representing many students among your faculty and among the AMS, and no pressure to you guys. I don't want to put pressure to you guys, but there's a lot of things going on, and so please keep those students in mind. And yeah, good luck with exams, guys, because we have a lot of exams coming up, hopefully, right? So anyways, good night.
Thank you. If there are no other motions on the floor at 12 p.m., we do have to adjourn. 12 a.m. Seeing as there are no motions, are there motions to extend it? Seeing as there are no motions to extend, we are adjourned. Done. No, at 12 out of default.